Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Sun. Hope you guys are good evening. Tonight, guys, we're gonna be doing more Overwatch 2. Hope you guys are having a good evening, though. As always, gonna do more tweaking, see what's going on. Doodly to the doodly doos. You know the usual, guys. The huge, doing the huge. Yeah, so our tweaks last week, over the course of the last couple weeks have, or last week in general, I thought we hit a gold mine, and as it turns out, I guess it didn't do much of anything. Either that or my computer is still dying, which is entirely possible. Well, it's not possible, it's actually happening. So whether or not that's influencing my games, I don't fucking know. Yeah. Good evening, though. Found something interesting is occasionally the game will eat an input. If I'm pushing spacebar, for some reason it seems like the game will sometimes chew up a mouse 1 input. Like it won't fire my missile as Farah when I push spacebar. Yeah, so not sure exactly what that means. Hey Fire, how am I doing? Pretty good. How's your evening? I hope it's lovely. Uh-huh. Let's see. My coffee, guys. We're gonna do some tubing and see where things go from there. Huh. Hey, what the fuck are these spikes? What are these CPU spikes here? I don't know. It's what Overwatch is running. Just sitting there in the background. Maybe when the loop repeats on the video. Could be a video loop. Right. Not sure though. Huh? Jesus Christ. Dude. What is going on here? Like geriatric Star Trek. I get it. It's a throwback, but yeah, even at the first season he looked a little bit pale in the cheeks, and now it's even worse. Area? What is this? Oh yeah. It's Steve on steroids. We're gonna take a look at Steve on steroids tonight too. What is it? I might take a look at that. Oh my god, a female booty. YouTube doesn't want me here? Yeah. Eye candy, guys. Ah, you can load your vehicle inside. That's not a huge waste of space if I've ever seen it. Okay, I'm gonna grab my coffee, guys. 1 second. Ah, what is this?
Initiating release sequence 29. Squadron 301-Zulu 892. Prepare for clamp release. Control, this is Zulu 892. Ready for release. Affirmative, Zulu 892. Happy hunting.
It's live action?
First
Yeah, this is live action.
Yeah, that's my first.
I wouldn't worry. It's a small backwater agro world. Where it is, the Navy's gonna have it wiped before we even touch down. This will be over within a week.
I just don't want to die useless to the throne, you know?
Don't worry. It doesn't have time to pay attention to any of us.
Poor acting.
The Emperor protects
Watching.
always.
All guards, be advised, ETA's touchdown is 1 minute. Be advised, Mayday, Zulu 875, we take incoming fire. LZ is hot. Repeat, LZ. Look out! All right, Galvan. Raise will touch down and prepare for deployment.
Well, I've definitely seen some Civil War reenactments that have been taken more seriously and have seemed more realistic than this. So, yeah. Well, I thought this was CG. It's not CG, that's live action. It's the Warhammer community, guys, if anything, the Warhammer community, if anything, has a shitload of moxie, and they fucking love Warhammer. Jesus. Yeah. There is a lot of Warhammer, and it's kind of weird because it seems like there's no AAA companies that have really taken Warhammer seriously. I mean, like, the best we have is, like, Vermintide, right? And then, like, the old Dawn of War series, like Dawn of War 1. Yeah. And there is a lot of just not super amazing Warhammer fanfic slash fan created work, which Game Workshop goes out of its way to DMCA for some reason because they fucking hate their fans, which just makes fans want to do it even more, I guess. But yeah, they definitely, Warhammer fans fucking love the franchise. I fucking love Warhammer. Warhammer 40k specifically. Warhammer, the original series, is kinda, that's like V1. Warhammer 40k is V2 in my opinion. But yeah. I suppose, and obviously the one CG that kind of led it all, that struck the mold, is Stardust, which pretty much everyone has seen. Which Gamer Workshop apparently bought the creator, which probably had something to do with them either suing them out of existence or having them come work for them. And yeah, which is a shame because it's some fucking phenomenal fan fiction right there, fan work. Never seen anything nearly as good. There is AAA studios producing worse CG than a Stardust. Stardust is like up there with like Blizzard CG. It was maybe even better. It is and was phenomenal. That being said, there is an awful lot of 40K fan-made work that's just not all that great. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Ah. This was extremely well done. Well, I mean, they got everyone together. That is a feat in and of itself. Putting aside the intent and hard work that went into. Everyone loves saying hard work because that implies it's going to be good. There's a lot of hard work that's put into a lot of things that just doesn't turn out well. There's a lot of games that are fucking terrible that have plenty of hard work put into them. Hard work does not mean they actually do what they're doing well. It just means they've spent time, and you could say man hours. They spent man hours doing something. Yeah. This was extremely well done. I don't. It's like reminded me like kind of like a shitty version of Starship Troopers, to be perfectly honest. And Starship Troopers came out in the '90s, so yeah. Well, let's take a look at a Critical Drinker. See what's going on here.
Well, gosh darn it. This is a
Okay.
video I never
Oh, Picard.
imagined myself making. I mean, after the depressingly bad first season that seemed determined to
I didn't even watch the
deconstruct
second
and
season.
humiliate one of my favorite fictional characters, and an even worse follow-up whose main reason for being was to criticize US immigration policy, I consider myself well and truly done with Star
Well,
Trek.
that explains season 2, by the way, which I haven't watched. I didn't watch season 2. I knew about it and I didn't watch it.
Cards. I mean, there's only so many times you can get burned before deciding, yeah, I'm done with this. I even made a really snooty video vowing never to review another episode again. And yet, here I am, about to deliver some of the most unexpected news of my entire YouTube career. Picard Season 3 is actually pretty good.
That's shocking. It's unthinkable.
I mean, let's be clear about a few things. It's still handcuffed to the ridiculous decisions of the previous showrunners, and it doesn't entirely manage to escape the looming shadow of New Trek. But I can say with all honesty
New
that it's
and
the
EU.
single best Star Trek production to have come out in almost 20 years. And yeah, I know in terms of benchmarks, that's a bit like saying it's the most likable person to come out of a planet made up entirely of Brie Larson clones, but there it is. I felt like I was watching actual Star Trek again, made by people who clearly understand and respect the franchise and don't just treat it as a convenient platform for the message. There's no pandering, no lecturing, no cynical deconstruction, no bullshit identity politics. Just a good,
I gotta
solid
love
Star
identity
Trek
politics.
show that reunites a bunch
God,
of beloved
that's what makes a good
characters
show is
for one
identity
final
politics. I
epic
want more of that.
adventure, giving them the send-off that they never got from the movie series. Now, for obvious reasons, I can't reveal too much about what happens in the later episodes, mostly because I don't want to get sued by Paramount, so I'm going to do my best to give a basic premise for the season. Grab your phasers and Romulan ale, because the drinker's about to drunkenly go where no man has gone before. The story kicks off with Beverly Crusher and her son Jack on a clandestine mission outside Federation space.
Kinda wanna watch
being
it.
hunted and attacked by a group of mysterious
If he actually gives it
enemies. With nowhere else to
positive
turn,
praise
she
at
sends
all?
out a coded distress call to Picard, who's busy chilling at his vineyard in France. Naturally, he wants to help her, but with no ship at his disposal and Starfleet unwilling to help, he's forced to team up with Riker so that they can blag their way onto a Federation starship and rescue Bev. Unfortunately for them, the captain isn't the most cooperative of guys, and he seems to have a particular beef with Picard, but luckily they just so happen to have a man on the inside. Or woman in this case. So with a little help from 7 of 9, they're able to divert the ship and rescue Bev and Jack. But unfortunately that's just the beginning of their problems, as they soon find themselves being hunted by a powerful enemy warship whose commander seems to have a particular interest in Jack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galaxy, Raffi is working as an undercover intelligence operative, trying to infiltrate a terrorist group that stole a powerful new weapon from a high-security research facility. And as the two storylines converge, Picard and the gang begin to uncover a conspiracy that reaches to the very highest levels of the Federation. There's an awful lot that I want to say about the storyline for this season, but it's kind of difficult to go into details without spoiling it for people, so what I'll say instead is that if you've seen the TNG episode
Andy's not going to spoil it.
Conspiracy, then you're gonna have a pretty reasonable idea. Is that if you've seen the TNG episode,
It literally looks like she's trying to steady him so he doesn't fall out of his chair. Picard, my God. Jean-Luc Picard has seen his better days, guys. Patrick Stewart, has definitely had his better years, which is why it's a shame that season 1 wasn't just a handoff to a new generation, because it should have, and it definitely felt that way. And it felt like that's where they were going with it, and then decide, he renewed it for a second season, so then they didn't kill him off.
conspiracy, then you're gonna have a pretty reasonable idea of the general setup here. There's a lot of paranoia and subterfuge going on, a lot of tense interactions between people who don't know who they can trust, and the show does a really good job of ratcheting up the tension and intrigue with each new episodes. Every new revelation adds more layers to a deepening mystery, so that you always feel like the characters are making good forward progress and figuring things out, but that they're also one step behind their enemies. It's all good stuff, and it reminds me very much of Undiscovered Country in a lot of ways. An aging crew embarking on one last mission, racing against time to prevent some disastrous event that could destroy the entire Federation. And the thing that makes it so compelling is the absolute seismic change that's come over the writing for this show. Every single aspect, from the character interactions to the shipboard routines, the world building, the combat scenes, the emotional tone, and all the little references and callbacks to past events are handled with such care and love that it's like a completely different show. The first season of Picard was a grim, bleak, violent and depressing nightmare that had about as much connection to the hope and optimism of Star Trek as Event Horizon. Yeah, there's definitely still phaser battles and fistfights, but that underlying tone of mean-spirited hopelessness has been shown the fucking door. Another thing that used to absolutely boil my piss about modern Star Trek is the way that starships are basically treated like adult daycare centers, where supposedly professional crewmen act like hyperactive, developmentally challenged children, constantly.
Yes. Yes. I still watch Discovery. I still keep up with Discovery. I've watched every episode of Discovery, because it's that fucking bad. And you can qualify that as hate watching. I prefer to think of it as keeping up with the norm of what's going on around me.
Backchatting superior officers, bursting into tears and yelling at each other during tense moments, and generally treating the chain of command like an optional set of guidelines they can ignore whenever it's inconvenient. But here, characters finally act like real adult humans again. They show respect towards superior officers, they stay composed and professional in crisis situations, they work together to find solutions to difficult problems, and generally don't feel the need to voice every dumb thought that pops into their heads. In short, you can actually get invested in these people because they look like they can do the jobs that they're doing. This change is reflected in the main cast as well. Season 1 was all about breaking Picard down as a character, humbling him, making him old and weak and irrelevant, and constantly upstaged and insulted by his younger and more diverse counterparts. Picard actually thinks, talks and acts like Picard again. He's confident and assertive at vital moments. He
Nothing like TNG, though.
gets to use his decades of hard-won experience to fight his way out of tough situations.
Imagine.
He stands up for himself when people go after him, and even calls them out for their bullshit, instead of laying down and apologising for his own existence. By all accounts, Patrick Stewart himself had a lot of creative input on his character in Season 1.
To be fair, guys, of all the series that have come out and have expressed, like, woke agenda or woke bullshit, or if you prefer left-leaning political agenda, like that becomes basically the main back of the story. It becomes the story itself is basically just political agenda. Of all the shows that I watched and expected to do a 180, I didn't expect Star Trek, of all things, to kind of tone it down, temper it, and make something that's meaningful again. However, with Strange New Worlds, which was the Pike series, which just came out and was pretty good, although it's basically like they just tried to reiterate the original formula. I did not expect. I thought that was a one-off. I did not expect that the Picard would change, and Discovery I highly doubt is going to change. But if it does, I will be absolutely flabbergasted if Discovery does a 180. I think that show has sailed at this point, and they think that whoever is watching the show is probably going to not, like if you have a viewer base that is still watching Discovery, right? You probably don't actually expect them, like those, essentially your viewer base is who it is, and you going a 180 direction is not going to basically make the series do better. But I mean, it probably would. To be perfectly honest, probably would. But you basically forsake this like small niche viewer base that you have essentially catered over, like, I think 6 seasons at this point for Discovery. You have fed and pandered to over the last 6 seasons. So their viewer base is who it is at this point. And like, if they go for a different viewer base, like they'd internally, I suspect that they would just think that it's not worth it, right? I kind of doubt it. Old Star Trek was much better than the fucking current shit that they spit out. However, this gives me hope again.
Something I think we can all agree was a universally bad idea, and I can only assume that they revoked this for season 3 because he's a completely different creative input for his own existence. By all accounts, Patrick Stewart himself had a lot of creative input on his character in season 1. Something I think we can all agree was a universally bad idea, and I can only assume that they revoked this for season 3 because he's a
I can't imagine that, because he actually just came off as just like a geriatric old man that couldn't really do anything. If you've learned from your experiences, he's like 90 now. If he's learned from his experiences through life, you'd probably be like, hey, maybe I shouldn't portray myself as a weak geriatric individual that's just like literally just trying to greenlight a series and sit in a chair so people look at me and, love the nostalgia, right? Like, he actually had years of experience in TNG and just in film in general, so he should be somewhere else than where he was being written into. If he had that much creative freedom, and definitely didn't, he shouldn't have it.
Completely different man now. I mean, yeah, Stewart's getting pretty old now and he's kind of frail, but he does the absolute best that he can with what he's got left. And since this season was very much about bringing the old band back together, Crusher, LaForge and Worf all get a chance to shine too. Just like Picard, they're all older now, they've got more baggage than before, and they're having to deal with the fact that they're moving into their autumn years, but the chemistry between them is as strong as ever. I've got to admit, I especially liked Worf, who gets some of the show's best lines, delivered in Michael Dorn's perfect deadpan style. There was an understandable bit of backlash at the revelation that he's a pacifist now, but honestly, it's played more like a recurring gag than a serious character choice. In reality, he's more like a warrior monk now, wiser and more reflective than before, but when it's time to slice and dice people, he's just as happy to get stuck in as he always was. Now, I have to admit, I never really understood how or why 7 of 9 fit into the TNG universe. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the character as much as the next guy, and damn, Jerry Ryan still got it, man. But she always felt awkwardly forced into a situation that she had no history with. But to be fair, she's finally got an actual reason for being involved in this.
I mean, with the way Voyager went, she basically made it back to the same area as the TNG characters, so it's entirely possible for her to actually exist in this timeline. It's not, even though she's not really from the same TNG universe, because she's part of Voyager. It's entirely possible for her to interact with these characters, and there was crossover between the different series and the movies and such.
And I enjoyed her relationship with Shaw, the cantankerous and resentful captain of the Titan. If this was Star Trek Discovery, then he would have been treated as just another toxic white male who needs to be taken down a peg or two, preferably by a strong, empowered woman of colour. But instead, he's gradually revealed to be a decent man, a skilled engineer, and a capable commander who cares about the safety of his crew, makes sound decisions under
they fire the social compliance officers?
The respect of the others. He even has a justifiable reason for being an asshole towards Picard. Wow, it's almost like this is good character development. All good stuff indeed, but for me, I think the star of the show might actually be Riker, and that pleases me no end. I've always had a soft spot for the character because you could kind of tell
He's also
that
like
the
not
original
90.
TNG writers never quite knew what to do with him. He was basically created as a James Kirk 2.0, always waiting in the wings but never able to take center stage, and a lot of his character arcs revolved around his reluctance to spread his wings and take on his own commands. But here, you really get to see the kind of captain that he's become, and watching him and Picard work together as old friends and fellow officers is just awesome. It's the kind of stuff that should have been happening way back in season 1, instead of watching Riker sit around by the lake and burn fucking pizza. Now, all of this stuff is great, but don't let it fool you into thinking that season 3 is above reproach. Some of the dialogue feels kinda rushed and clunky at times, like they probably could have done with a few more drafts to polish up certain scenes, and there's maybe a few too many attempts at quippy MCU style humour for my liking. It's definitely not terrible or anything, but in a show where the writing is generally strong and competent, you do tend to notice the occasional dips in quality just that little bit more. There's a ton of callbacks and references to past adventures, some of which are pretty fucking obscure even for me. Like, if you haven't seen every single season of TNG plus all of the movies, you're definitely going to be lost with a few of them. Don't get me wrong, I've got to commend the writers for their sheer enthusiasm here, but it does skirt dangerously close to pandering at times. Like, they're so eager to please that they're almost tripping over themselves to work in as many Easter eggs as possible. And of course, there's still a few uncomfortable hangovers from the earlier seasons. Picard is still a robot, Seven is still inexplicably gay for Raffi, and characters still drop occasional F-bombs that feel about as appropriate as a drag show at a kindergarten. Like I say, these are inherited problems for the most part that I'm sure the writers would happily erase if they could, but they do serve as little reminders that yes, Star Trek has indeed gone down the shitter over the past 10 years. The production design and visual effects are generally really good, and holy shit, it's nice to be
Discovery has really good CG too. It's actually one of the better parts. Putting aside everything that happened in Discovery, the CG is actually pretty spot on, and the special effects are very good too, which they haven't. That's something I guess you can't turn into politics. So
be aboard a ship that's more than just an empty warehouse with a cockpit at one end, but I can't say I'm a massive fan of the dark, moody look that every starship seems to have now. Like, it almost feels like a health and safety hazard for the poor bridge crew that have to walk around in almost total darkness.
Yep.
I mean, are light bulbs like really expensive in the 24th century or what?
yeah, pretty much everything should be just extremely well lit. As it turns out.
The thing is, most of these issues are really just minor gripes, because that's the level I have to go to criticise this show now. For the most part, none of them really undermined the experience for me. Even now, I can't quite believe that I'm saying this, but Picard Season 3 isn't just good Star Trek by modern standards, it's a pretty good TV show by any standards. It's smart, thoughtful, compelling, and unlike most of modern Trek, it actually has an emotional heart made by people who clearly care about it. But the ultimate question, of course, is where the hell do we go from here? I mean, I'm under no illusions that one good season of one TV show is going to magically make up for a decade of disastrous failures and vandalization. There's people watching this video right now that have probably vowed never to come back to Star Trek no matter what.
I just watched Discovery
honest,
as a litmus test for what is happening in the world to keep up with what the kids want to put on TV.
Shows and franchises
what they consider
can
good.
turn themselves around if they've got the right people working on them. And more than that, I think there has to be a way back, not just for Star Trek, but for all of the franchises that have suffered so much in recent years. Because just giving up and walking away forever is like admitting defeat, conceding ground that might one day be won back. So I guess what I'm saying here is that I see Picard as the first step on a long road to redemption for Star Trek. It's not going to win back all the fans pushed away by years of abuse, accusations, and terrible creative output, but at the very least, it's got to be a start. Ultimately, I can't make you watch it, but if you're willing to keep an open mind and give it a couple of hours of your time, then I'm pretty sure you won't regret it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I think it's with I. So one should have started with Picard waking up saying I had a horrible dream. The get out of jail free card that you should never use. Ever? Yeah. Okay, let's see what other Steve, let's see what other Steve is juiced up on.
Welcome back to Harbour Unboxed.
Thank
Today
you,
we are taking
Steve.
a detailed look at memory
Oh, what a nice
scaling
shirt.
and memory tuning performance with
Where's his
AMD's
name on it?
Ryzen 7000 series.
Chris is
Now,
his name on
recently I
his.
compared the Ryzen
Or
7
Tim, Chris.
7700X and Core i9 13900K using a range of memory and found that while Zen 4 does perform really well with premium low latency DDR5 6000, gaming performance does drop off quite considerably with lower clocked, higher latency memory, such as affordable DDR5 5200 for example. So in this video, I want to take an even deeper look at memory performance with Zen 4, and even test some manually tuned configurations to see just how much extra performance those of you willing to tinker around in the BIOS can extract. We've got over a dozen individual memory configurations to go over, including 4 manually tuned configurations. Now, to save me a lot of time and messing around, I reached out to renowned overclocker Buildzoid from the Actually Hardcore Overclocking YouTube channel
Oh my
for some
God.
help. Buildzoid was willing to help and sent over what he calls his low-effort single-rank Hynix A/M die timings, which he says should work with any of the currently available Hynix-based DDR5 kits at DDR5 6000. For those of you interested, here's what those timings look like, and for comparison, I've included the G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB DDR5 6000 CL30.
Memory timing tweaking has been a thing since the 3000 series, 3000, 5000 series. It's actually a big deal. It gives you like, you can squeak out an extra like 8 to 10% performance, or used to. I don't know what this is going to be. We'll find out.
And we'll go over all of that data in a moment. But before we do, please note that the Ryzen 7 7700X and GeForce RTX 4090 were used for this testing on the Gigabyte X670 Aorus Master motherboard using the latest F8 BIOS supporting GSAT 1.0.0.4. And that motherboard is relevant as the motherboard's responsible for configuring quite a few of the memory timings. Okay, let's get into the data. Right, so bear with me as we go over these results. I know there's a lot of data points here, but we should be able to make sense of it. Firstly, the tuned results will jump out at you as they're highlighted in yellow.
And that's actually a good one. You could have changed the color too, but that also works.
That we use for all of our Zen 4 testing, but with Buildzoid's timings applied. When compared to the stock configuration on the Aorus Master, the manually tuned timings improve performance by just 2%. So the G-Skill Trident Z Neo DDR5 6000 CL30 kit is very well tuned out of the box on this board. The Corsair Dominator Platinum DDR5 6000 CL30 kit, not so much though, as performance there dropped by 5%, going from 100
Look at those lower end kits though.
160 FPS. Then we have
it almost completely makes up for the fact that they're slower, and that
DDR5
used to be a thing, by the way.
6040 memory, which allowed for 149 FPS, and this is the weakest of the DDR5 6000 kits, basically matching Kingston's Fury Beast, both around 11% slower than the G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo. Now we have 4 DDR5 5600 configurations to go over using low latency CL28 memory from G-Skill. It's their Flare X5 stuff. I have the single rank 32GB kit and the dual rank 64GB kit, and while the dual rank kit can be faster, the performance difference is minimal and much smaller than what we see with DDR4.
And tuned completely
DDR5
brings it up.
More ranks to begin with. What's interesting to note here is that Zen 4 appears to struggle with DDR5 5600, even the ultra-low latency memory, as the Infinity Fabric is clocked too low. However, if we manually tune the secondary timings, performance of the dual rank kit is boosted by 12% and the single rank kit by 9%. In fact, it appears, at least in this example, using Watch Dogs Legion, that memory timings are by far the most important factor when it comes to Zen 4's gaming performance. This is evident when looking at the tuned DDR5 5200 configuration, which is clocked 13% lower than the 6000 kits, but with the tighter memory timings is just 5% slower. Not only that, but if we take the G-Skill DDR5 6000 CL30 kit and clock it down to 5200, we're only looking at a 7% reduction in performance. However, if we test with the Corsair Dominator Platinum DDR5 5200 CL40 and CL36 kits, performance does fall away quite dramatically, dropping by up to 10% when compared to the CL30 5200 configuration and 14% from the tuned configuration. Next up we have Hitman 3, and from this point on we won't pore over all the data for every game, rather I'll just highlight some of the more interesting aspects. For example, we're looking at a low single-digit performance variance between the fastest...
I guess he's just abbreviating it by tuned. But tuning can also reduce the actual latency on it, so this is kind of confusing, I would say. Not particularly, because each of these kits, let's pretend it's a variable, right? These two kits, he's using the... He's using the timings as an indicator of which kit it is, right? But when you tune the memory, it can actually change these timings. So he's just, the tuned doesn't necessarily, tuned means it's basically the memory that has, it's changed, right? But at the same time, these variables in here can be changed when it's tuned, and he did cover it earlier at the beginning, but it actually kind of presents a different message here, which is that this is actually the timings that it's running at while it's tuned, but it's not. And I mean, you can figure it out, right? But and he puts it right next to it, so it's harder to get confused on. which is actually a good way of doing it. But it actually presents the idea that this is actually the timings when it's tuned, when in fact it's just an indicator of which memory it is. Actually, no, that it's actually the timings are different. So you can't even use that as a way of figuring out which of these is the same piece of memory. I assume it's this one because it's right next to it. And as you can see, it's not ordered by performance or speed. So we assume that this is the memory that is tuned, which is right here, which is these are the timings that are tuned. But this is also the indicator of which piece of memory it is. Instead of this and this and this being all the same piece of memory, they're just slightly tuned differently. These two are the same piece of memory, right? The same kit of memory. So actually, this is kind of confusing. You almost need like a bracket here so you can see that these two are the same kit, or an indicator somehow that they're the same kit, because you can't use the timings to figure out which is which. You just assume they're next to each other, and that's the kits.
Slowest tune memory configurations. So going from 5200 to 6000 netted us just a 3% uplift. However, the stock DDR5 6000 kit saw an 8% variation in performance from the slowest to the fastest kit tested. And this time we're seeing no difference between the single and dual rank DDR5 5600 memory. Now, as we found in the recent Zen 4 versus Raptor Lake memory scaling video, Horizon Zero Dawn isn't at all memory latency sensitive, and that's probably why Ryzen does so well in this game. Whatever the case though, we're looking at just a 9% performance improvement from DDR5 4800 to the tuned 6000 kit, so basically memory doesn't matter in this test. Oddly though, we do see an improvement with dual rank over single rank memory, albeit a mere 3% uplift, but that's unexpected given the rest of the results. Now, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a very memory sensitive game, but it's important to know when you're comparing results from various media outlets that the Shadow of the Tomb Raider built-in benchmark is very bad for testing CPU and therefore memory performance. It's primarily a GPU limited benchmark. Only the village section towards the end of the built-in benchmark starts to stress your CPU, but not enough that it can influence the overall results. So realistically, for testing Shadow of the Tomb Raider, it should be done in-game, and we do that in the village section, which is very CPU demanding. So that's what you're seeing.
Look at this difference here.
Benchmark results, but
it's like a 20% difference in performance
DDR5 6000 CL30
between 6000 and 4800 on.
Moreover, we're looking at an 8% increase from
Same
CL40
processor
to CL30 DDR5 6000. Now, for those of you willing to tune your memory, the difference between DDR5 5600 CL28 and DDR5 6000 CL30 is basically nothing. At most, the 6000 stuff was 1% faster. In fact, it was just 2.5% faster than the tuned DDR5 5200. So again, it's the memory timings that appear to be the biggest issue for gaming, at least in titles like Shadow of the Tomb Raider. The Rift Breaker is also very sensitive to memory performance, though bandwidth also appears to be at a premium here. In the case of the DDR5 6000 memory, we're seeing a 9% improvement from the CL40 stuff to the tuned CL30 kit, whereas we see a much larger 17% increase from DDR5 5200 CL40 to tuned 5200 CL30. We're also looking at around a 4% improvement when moving from single rank to dual rank memory. A Plague Tale Requiem responds very positively to memory tuning, and we see a number of interesting results here. Firstly, with the DDR5 6000 kits, CL30
Crazy.
memory
PBO
is much
definitely
faster than
sops
CL40, which
sops up
is
a lot
at
of the
odds with
slack
most of the testing we've done
in
so far.
clock
Here we're seeing just a
overclocking,
6%
but there's still
improvement from
subtiming tuning,
lower
which is what he's doing
latency
right here.
CL30 memory. However,
Still very.
tuning
This is
up
like
memory
these are the
boosts
games you'd
performance
expect
by
to see from
8%,
overclocking,
which
used
is one
to
of the
see from
biggest gains we've
overclocking,
seen for the
and now you're
DDR5
seeing it from
6000
memory
memory.
tuning, unless you buy a
It's quite
really expensive
surprising
kit.
given what we've seen with the stock configurations. We also see that the CL28 5600 memory responds even better. Here we're looking at a 14% increase from the Expo settings to
Like
build
those low
manually tuned
timings.
But once again, once we get down to 5200 speeds, we're looking at just a 2% increase for the tuned profile, at least when looking at the average frame rate, which appears to be bandwidth limited. The 1% lows, though, are still improved by 7%. So both DRAM latency and bandwidth are important for performance in this title. Now, Spider-Man Remastered is a title that we know to be very memory sensitive and in particular loves memory bandwidth. Even so, the tuned DDR5 5200 configuration does really well with 129 FPS on average.
This is a default
making
memory that it
6000
likes.
configuration 9% faster.
5200.
Then, if we compare the Expo settings for
3600
and 6000 CL30 memory, we see a 10% improvement with the higher clocked kit. Still, just buying DDR5 6000 doesn't ensure maximum performance, as we're looking at a 12% increase from the slower CL40 kit to the CL30 kit we use for testing. Also, stock the CL28 5600 kits were quite slow, but once manually tuned, we did see up to a 20% improvement. It's also worth noting that the memory we used for testing was almost 20% faster than a CL36 5200 kit, so a massive difference there, and another clear example that you really need to pay attention to the memory you use with Zen 4. Finally, we have the Callisto protocol, and this is a new addition to our testing.
Zen 3, Zen,
The
Zen
tuned
2,
DDR5
Zen
6000
3,
CL30
Zen
kit, for
Zen
example,
Plus was
only
a
improved
2000
performance
series,
by
which makes it confusing.
2.5%, and we see a similar margin when clocking it at 5200. That said, the CL28 5600 kit did see up to an 8% increase when tuned, so there are some nice gains to be had there. So there you have it. When CPU-bound memory can make a big difference with Zen 4, and with next-gen games seemingly pushing even the faster CPUs to their limits, claiming a game at 4K and therefore CPU performance doesn't matter, it's probably not the best strategy. While it's true that in most instances you will be
Got
finding
him,
GPU
Steve.
limited,
Got
especially
him.
to play single-player games and are only targeting, say, 60 FPS. But don't be so short-sighted to think that memory performance doesn't matter, because inevitably, before too long, probably will. So getting the right memory could save you in the future, and at the very least, it can lead to a better gaming experience today, which it certainly does in many instances, especially if you're targeting those higher refresh rates. For example, across the 8 games tested, the 7700X was on average 12% faster using DDR5 6000 CL30 memory when compared to DDR5 5200 CL36. And that's a significant difference, and in select titles that margin was as high as 20%. Now, although
big
this
deal.
data was collected at 1080p using an RTX 4090, you can expect to see similar margins.
Too bad Gamers Nexus
in
doesn't do
multiplayer
shit like
titles
this.
using competitive quality settings, or even demanding single-player games when aiming for, say, 144 FPS or more, as you'd simply lower the visual quality settings to enable that frame rate, making those FPS targets possible with a lesser GPU. At the end of the day, the difference in price between an entry-level DDR5 5200 CL40 kit and a good quality DDR5 6000 kit, it's about $30 US, so just do yourself a favor and pick up the higher quality memory. After all, we're not talking about budget builds here, so ensuring maximum performance now and in the future is probably worth such a small investment.
Sure. Let's take a
Also,
look
if you're really
at
keen
what
on
does it say the
extracting more
lowest
performance
was?
with the memory you do have, manually tuning the timings can be a good way to boost performance. On average, we extracted an additional 10% from our DDR5 5600 CL28 kit, and that particular memory cost just $140 US for a 32GB kit. The timings used are also very conservative, or low effort, as Buildzoid would put it. All the Micron kits I tried managed those timings and passed an overnight stress test, though I recommend providing some active cooling if you're going to do this, especially if you plan on stressing them for hours on end, as DDR5 can get rather hot. Also, if you'd like to learn more about memory tuning and overclocking in general, then I highly recommend checking out the Actually Hardcore
3600
Overclocking YouTube channel. Buildzoid really knows his stuff.
price
And that
difference
is going to do it for
between
this one. Thanks for watching. Again, if you'd like to support the channel, well, first of all, do one of those. Also, we have Float Plane Patreon. Sign up to either one of those things. You
3600
get access to our exclusive Discord server, where a members-only channel, very cool place to talk tech. Tim and I do a
Lowest
monthly live
end.
stream for members. There's behind-the-scenes content, Q&A stuff, a lot of cool things there. So if you're interested, check it out. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host, Steve. See you next time.
Oh no. What's the cheapest kit? 2x16. $70. The cheapest shit you can buy. $70 for the cheapest shit you can buy. 2x16 kit. Compared to 6,000. 130. 25. $55. So it's not necessarily 30. It's like 55. Good, good, good. Okay. Let's do our upload here, guys, and get into credits, and then we can hear. I did a virus scan. Didn't find anything. Surprise. Earlier tonight, thought maybe it might have something weird going on. I'm pretty sure it's just my CPU is exploding right now. It's just a fiery ball mess. Like Hindenburg going down. Oh my god, a view. Oh my god, one view, guys. We got a single view. Oh! Okay, let's take a look at the Reddits here. So this is just a lie that didn't fix anything. This is just damage control. I mean, we surmised that from the Overwatch dev blog for MMR, where they basically said contradictory things. Criticizing. People the other day were criticizing ending the work from home strategy, but based on what we're seeing come out here, out of pretty clear that not everyone is on the same page or even in the same sector. Not 2CP Hanamura map. Backgrounds for used assets in new map. Oh, did we get downvoted into Oblivion? Let me check. -8. -8 because I wasn't agreeing. That's when I was criticizing the work from them not criticizing the people that were not on board with them ending work from home. Because it leads to the scenario in which you're seeing where the developers are not all on the same page and they don't seem to even coordinate with the answers other people are giving. So it means that they are thinking completely different things, despite them supposedly being part of a team working on the same project, attempting to do the same thing. Yeah, so no one basically saw it, besides the people that downvoted me. -8 here, which will happen when you are saying controversial things. So, yeah. Okay. I need to take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a soda, too. Oh. People wanting my attention, guys? When I can't give my attention? Good. So this is downvoted by -8 because I wasn't agreeing with the common rhetoric, which is everyone should be able to work from home because everyone's great at it, which they aren't. There's a lot of people that are fucking terrible at it for aforementioned reasons. Yeah, -8. AMD Reddits. Hate mail. What'd I get? Oh. Good evening, Blood. He says spot on, people just can't handle the truth. Yeah, and I'm not against, by the way, people working from home. I'm not part of the old guard that thinks people can't work from home. I just understand that people really fucking suck at managing their own time and working from home. Because just because you can wear a pair of slippers and dress in your pajamas does not necessarily mean you're managing your time well. Because I mentioned before, like, I talked about this on stream yesterday, I personally cannot start my day. I work from home. I am self-employed, putting aside Twitch. I'm self-employed. I work from home, and you have to basically have the work ethic that you're just constantly fucking working. My workday never ends. It never begins and it never ends because it is part of my personal life at this point. And that means I basically have to be in the mode to work whenever work needs to be done, because a lot of it's ad hoc. It's just a la carte depending on what happens and what breaks my day-to-day life or what comes out. And people are not in that. A lot of people will do the 9 to 5, right? You get up, you get ready, you go to work, you get your Starbucks on the way to work or at work, and then you work, you pound it out, and then you get out of work, and then you're done. You're at home. Most people, there's no transition between home life and work life when you work from home. You just have to, even when I set aside time for myself to go on vacation, it doesn't feel like I'm on vacation. It feels like I'm supposed to be working. That's sad. That's sad, and I've recognized that's sad, because it means I'm never actually able to completely relax even when I try to relax, because it always feels like I'm supposed to be working on something. And that's just where I am in working from home. Most people cannot do that. And I would even say that it kind of sucks comparably to working in 9 to 5. And those sort of people, you think, and that's working for myself. you think most people, like, not you, but people think most people would have the sort of drive to succeed at home when their ass isn't on the line having to pay bills? No, they don't. And this is putting aside people finding all sorts of ways of skirting programs to make it look like they're working when clearly they're just loafing, and they want to just, like, get by on like a sick day or something, basically like a sick day to them. A lot of people cannot do work from home, and it shows. Elon Musk, he gave people a week to get back to their job, get back to work, before he was going to can them. And Blizzard's giving them 3 to 4 months. They can't do it. It's maybe some of them can, most of them cannot. And what's happening with Blizzard right now shows that they can't do it. They can't do it at all. That's the way it goes. Controversial, and then people don't like it. The easiest way, by the way, to grow on Twitch is just to be a yes man. Just literally say stuff that's trending and people are enjoying and clapping about, memeing. Because people like that. People don't like when you disagree with the norm or it makes them feel uncomfortable or something like that. Just the way life is. And it's not, it'd be great if everyone could work from home and we all interacted properly online through Discord or whatever channel you have to manage your workflow, but most people cannot do that. So, there's, takes a special sort of breed of people to do that, and I would actually say it's worse from a mental standpoint. Working from home is worse from a mental standpoint than going to work, because there's a transitional period where you are not at work at all, and you can't be contacted and whatever. You have your personal time and you have your work time, right? And they're separate from each other. They don't overlap, and you're always in the right spot. Most people are not that way. When you work from home and you're self-employed and you have to pay your own bills, it doesn't work that way. I wish it did, but it doesn't. Yeah. I mean, I have WoW. I work with WoW. I have WoW open almost all the time. But me being in WoW doesn't mean I'm actually playing the game. Like, you can be somewhere and be, like, technically available because I can be contacted, but that doesn't mean I can't do other stuff, because you can tab out of the game, right? And I don't actually need to do stuff in WoW to be on WoW. But there's a lot of people that just, like, they're going to go farm epic mounts or something like that, and they obviously aren't working anymore. Yeah. Like, you can combine the two, and I have my laptop is just full of shit, because there is every combination of work, and which is why you guys never see it, every combination of work and play and porn and everything in between is just all a muddled mess on my laptop. And it just, when you have to go and do certain things, you just literally just go through and go to the workflow that you're supposed to be in to do it, and then whatever else is running in the background. Like, you have to be able to segment your mind to be capable of going into boxes and just discarding other boxes when you need to. And most people cannot do that. Yeah. And obviously there's also social loafing too, which is just people that will just pretend they're working when obviously they aren't, which is also a problem too. Which is, once again, sometimes some people need to have the whip cracked behind them to work, and that's just the mode they're in, because they need someone that will encourage them, motivate them, or reprimand them for not working. So, a lot of people are that way, actually. Mainly the latter. Like, they need someone cracking a whip in order to get them to do work. Even though you go, oh, that's so bad, don't treat people like animals. But a lot of people basically function that way because they don't give a shit about their job for the most part. You can pay them all the money you want, and most people are not motivated to do their job. You can pretend it will. You can pay them more. Like McDonald's is paying like $17 an hour or something around me, and those guys don't give a shit. I had last week I went to McDonald's and I had double deep fried fries. So when the fries get cold, instead of making a new batch of fries, they deep fry the old fries. It's the most disgusting thing in the world, and it makes them crispy again and makes them warm, but you can clearly tell that they're not normal fries. Yeah, it's very disgusting. It'd be nice. It'd be nice if you could pay people money and just mean they get the job done, but that's not the way it works. So there's a new killer coming out called the Skull Merchant for Dead by Daylight. We covered it briefly, but basically it's a shitty version of Trapper, and Trapper's it's the worst killer in the game, so. Okay. Alrighty, guys. We're gonna play some Overwatch tonight, guys. Yeah, so I thought we tweaked. We got some pretty good tweaks. Like we made some headway. We found a gold mine, and as it turns out, it doesn't seem to be the case. It could also be my failing CPU is still having issues. It's on its death. It's on its death cycle. It's spiraling, sputtering out of control as it's going down like the Hindenburg in a flaming mess, and kind of taking me with. It feels like my fucking computer is gaslighting me. Is honestly what it feels like because my performance is so it oscillates so lopsided that it makes me feel like sometimes, like last week or earlier this week, earlier this week, I had some phenomenal fucking games, and then it slowly just kind of declined, and I'm back where I was before, where my shots don't feel like it's on. When I'm doing flick shots, they are not remotely consistent between each flick, even though my ping's fine. Yeah, it's like something just does not, it feels off, and I don't know what it is. And I thought I fixed it. Sorry, people taking my attention, guys. Well, I mean, that's part of it too. They added with Overwatch 2, they added new servers, which are the DC area. They added the DC servers. If you guys don't know about that, which is Google servers. And they've periodically added a couple new servers around the world, which are Google servers. And the Google servers generally suck dick. You have to basically, whenever you're on Goo 4, which is the DC server, which I can tell based on my ping. Whenever you're on Goo 4, it's the Google servers. They don't have an actual server there, so it's like cloud servers from Google. Yeah, and it's not nearly as good as the original Blizzard servers. And even then, it seems like when you're in Chicago that some of the servers are bad there, which could be, once again, they're using a different provider in Chicago. Because I'll occasionally get like a 24 ms ping to a server, and then I'll get another time when I have like a 27 ms ping, which means there's like another hop and going somewhere else instead of the same data center. Yeah, I've read that on Reddit too. People are saying since the update there's definitely I've seen my missiles fly through people now, which is it's not just me aiming and firing, but actually the missile itself goes through people. So yeah, and it's a projectile. Yeah, that's disheartening to say the least. So even if your flick is on, even if the shot is on, and which is another problem with me, even if the shot is on, it sometimes won't even register on the player. Yeah. So I was testing MSI mode, and we reverted that. Disabled. I turned off Windows. On right now. I turned it off, and it looks like it's on now. Where is... Fortunate. One of the reasons I don't like turning it on is because Windows discovers group comes up with all sorts of new ways of preventing you from turning off stuff that you don't want on. And rebooting. So there is, I think, tamper protection. I don't remember where the setting is for antivirus, and it looks like it might have turned itself back on, which shouldn't because I turned it off. Let's see. Virus and threat protection. That doesn't do it. It turns itself back on. Right? Or that means there's some other sort of hidden toggle somewhere that I now need to find to fix this. Check one more time. Oh, it worked. I guess I had to turn off. I had to turn off real-time protection in order to turn off the antivirus. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Microsoft. That's a new one. That's a new hoop you have to jump through now. Good. One of the bigger streamers said, I can't remember, it's Alt-Tab and Overwatch does something kills performance. You have to toggle reduce buffering on and off, or off and on, depending on which setting you have set. You have to do the opposite of whatever it's set to. And sometimes it feels like it does that even when you access the menus. I'm actually the perpetuator of that. I was the original one that found that back in the Overwatch 1 days, 5 years ago. Definitely from my channel. Once again, do I have a tweet of it? No. I don't think I actually have any footage of it. Once again, why I tweet everything now. So it's locked in time. So it doesn't just get lost to the hive mind and everyone thinks that it comes from nowhere. There's no source of it. First time this happened. I'm the first one that found that, by the way. BT dubs! And I don't even know if it works anymore, by the way. I just do it because I have done it, and it's one less thing to worry about. I used to do that. I found out that was actually causing problems. Setting stuff to high priority can actually mess up stuff in your computer. I've already seen that one, I've done that one, and I forgot about that, and then I've turned it off, and it actually made things better. So... Alright, let's do the hey, look, we can see stuff in the game better tweak. There we go. Want to lose those Genjis. Stylization. They have to make Overwatch 2 different from Overwatch 1. Stylize it. Because we aren't playing a highly competitive first-person shooter, guys. Don't worry about it. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's see if our first game is a shitbird game. Lots of cheating this morning. I was offline. There's a lot of cheating in general. Since the starting of Season 3 has gotten a lot worse for some reason. I don't know why. Yep. What did I want to change? So I changed MSI this morning. What else did I change? I changed the USB, or not USB, PCIe gen settings. Oh, I changed the exploit protection on Overwatch. I don't think it'd matter because it just defaults to whatever my Windows has set up, which is it's turned off for the most part.
Arriving at Antarctic, prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Ready. Let's see what kind of games we get tonight. Every game this morning, guys, I had a top 500 Overwatch League member in it. Yeah, every single game. It's crazy. None of them are actually playing comp, too. It's fucking weird. Basically, they're as good as top 500 Overwatch League players, and they don't play comp for some reason. I don't know why. They're all Smurfs, obviously. Overwatch League top 500 Smurfs in my games. True story. Dude, Saturday's the fucking worst. It's the absolute worst. And I'd agree with that. Friday night and even Saturday night's bad, but Saturday morning, it's like fucking cartoons. Find fucking Timmy downloaded a program and he tee-hees about it. Oh. Yeah, no, I know what he's after.
Excellent. You don't have to thank me.
Yeah. When people start goose stepping at you, it's pretty good. Like, because they're overextending, it's a pretty good sign that something they're doing isn't quite legit, because they should know better. So all you have to do is hide and wait for your teammates to kill them, because usually people that are goose stepping at you, really fucking trying to kill you, and you just have to wait for your teammates to kill them. Our McCree is now very accurate compared to the beginning of the match when he was missing everything in the first minute and a half or so. No. See? Another Overwatch League top 500 player in our games. Yeah, he has to fucking get line of sight of my chest or head. Weird, huh? Wonder why that is. He wanted that so much, he's willing to walk out of the front window here onto my team to try and kill me. Good for them. Oh. And aimbot grenade, good. There you go. Oh man. Ha. What did we just fucking watch there? We just watched the Torbjorn walk around the corner while looking directly at my position, and then come out around the corner directly while looking at me, guys. I didn't think Torbjorn was cheating, but, yeah. Yeah, there was that we just saw, which is not how people look when they're coming around corners. You don't cover the angles. You don't cover angles by looking at the fucking wall. That's not what you're doing. Okay. Alright, Torbjorn. What the fuck was that?
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Yep. You're off Monday? Not necessarily bad having a non-traditional weekend, I guess you could say. Yep. And then we just saw whatever the fuck Torbjorn was doing there. We'll see. God. Apparently you can't stand on that. Kill the Mercy? Where the fuck did Mercy go? I guess she flew off immediately. Junk Queen. Kinda want to try and kill the Mercy, but we can't kill the Mercy right now. Okay. Bye-bye. Ah, Mercy to the rescue. Lovely. 30-second cooldown. Ooh, that's beautiful. This Baptiste is now very accurate as well. Take that back, you just missed a shitload of shots. We'll see.
Coming off the bench. On the move.
The line of sight of that. I thought I had enough time to get behind. Oh, he was powered up, wasn't he? He wasn't. They need to change the fire animation or the Ana animation. Because when people have the Ana ult, it looks like they're on fire and vice versa. There needs to be a difference between the two, and there isn't. And that fucking guy just wants to two-tap me. I don't fucking understand why my shift or my E doesn't work properly where I can't use it to push myself forward. It just pushes me, like, look at that. It just, like, pushes me up in the air. By the way, as I mentioned, there is an area of deflect and an area of the AoE explosion from Pharah, and you can actually hit Genji without hitting his deflect and do damage to him. You guys didn't know that. I like pointing that out because I've never seen another Pharah do it. It's like your AoE from your missiles are like maybe 10% or 15% bigger than his deflect radius. 10% maybe. Yeah, they can also do that. I mean, with any matchmake system, it weighs and balances the width and the breadth of like the MMR, right? The amount of distance between players that it's willing to put together before, like how strict and how lax it is, how loose it is. Based on like putting the games together, if it's looser, obviously you can put together games easier, but if it's looser, then you also obviously are going to have less balanced games. And it's entirely possible. They've done that. That's definitely happened in Dead by Daylight on a regular occasion when people stop playing one side or the other. Bastionade? I haven't played Bastion like at all. This new Bastion. Buddy. Okay. Oh, a headshot. Lovely. Oh. Kree I thought was cheating. I don't know what that Torbjorn... So when people are dumb, or if they're playing a controller, by the way, it'll look an awful lot like they're cheating, like they're looking at someone through a wall. We saw that in like Call of Duty a couple different times of Warzone. When people are on controller, sometimes they get lazy and then they'll just like strafe instead of moving the sticks around, they'll just strafe around a wall. Nothing nefarious about it, as much as players just kind of being incompetent. But also limited line of sight on the... Limited line of sight on the McCree, so we weren't getting shot by him. Yeah, once again, one of the reasons I mean, I do like playing Pharah, but one of the reasons we play a lot of Pharah is because I want to get whatever is fucked up with my computer. If I get good at playing on Pharah, if I... well, I gotta go touch the cart and die. 1 second, guys. Here. Hey, guys. Hey, look! She just shot me out of the side, right as we're about to go around the corner. Weird, huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, perfect. Uh-huh. So, the Widow's probably cheating, but we weren't here for enough games to really figure it out. Got like 2 deaths. Yeah, I don't know if you're here yesterday. We had gameplay sabotage with 2 people apparently that didn't like me playing Pharah, that were intentionally trying to get me to, like, trying to kill me, and or were unwilling to heal me on top of it. And then they complained about my deaths at the end of the game. One of the whole reasons that you should have an anonymous mode in the game. People should not be able to see your name if you have it turned on. Fuck streamer mode. There just should be an anonymous mode. Because there's all different sorts of ways of harassing people. When people are bored, especially when they're in pre-mades, they look for all different sorts of ways of entertaining themselves, and that usually revolves around making people miserable. Because people are animals. Even if people don't want to hear it, people are fucking animals, oftentimes. You can be better than that, but most people aren't. And they don't strive to be more than that, because it's comfortable. It's easy.
Welcome to Esperanza. Prepare for battle. Select
Sad reality. Fairmain. Bastion's pretty good. I don't even want to say he's a sleeper. I just think people are uninformed that don't think he's very good. He's basically a tank buster, but he can do it at range, and he's kind of like a mediocre hit scan when he's not a tank buster, so. The only thing on him I think that got worse is the fact he doesn't have self-repair anymore. You know, Tindu. Play on Tinder. My games today feel pretty good. You guys aren't getting that. See though. See. Yeah, it is. And sometimes, you know, obviously there's people that can't heal you because you're flying and they're just not really good. And then there's people that intentionally try not to heal you because they're being assholes. Oop. Like, I don't need a heal bot. I'm not entitled to be a fucking fair mercy every time I play the character. Don't pay attention to the Mercy for half a second. And she reses the soldier. He has more damage to soldier in both modes. I don't think so. I'm very certain his most one attack is like 20% of the damage that's... So 80% of the damage soldier does. 20% less. Alright. I'd have to check on that. It's just the way it feels.
We've lost possession of the robot. Aerial positioning underway. Repositioning. There's a test subject. Moving with the robot. I require healing.
Timed? I don't know.
Let them push.
It's timed exactly at the same moment with the soldier emerging.
Systems nominal. The air. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
This fucking... Both of our... I don't want to res. You were literally standing behind me and watched me die again.
Repositioning.
Get res. There she is.
Surrender to my will.
Yeah, well, I get that. And it does look that way. Obviously, more damage projectile, lower fire rate, right? But then it's normalized over DPS. I haven't looked at the wiki, so I don't know. Soldier does a shitload of damage on he does more than Symmetra up close. No. All the guys on my dick in the middle of our team. No one's paying attention to him. We have teammates surrounding this guy right now, by the way.
Come on now.
I don't stay down.
Enemies left here.
In the middle of our team. No one's shooting at him. Didn't fucking recall? I could use a heal right now. I could still use a heal right now. Here, let me go get my own heal.
Repositioning.
About that.
Match time.
Bad angle, shouldn't have done that. I was out of juice though and out of abilities.
The name's Cassidy.
Enemy over here. Blasted.
No.
This round goes to me.
Playing around the med kit, pretty easy to see she's gonna go for it. Your game sense is really good. I'm a plat according to the game right now, so.
Okay, my head's in the game.
We need to put a stop.
I don't know if that's sarcasm or an actual genuine comment. I don't think anyone gives actual genuine compliments in this game. Yep.
I don't stay down.
There's a big med here, so there it is.
System repaired. Justice reigns from above.
Tank staggered. We have a lot of time here, though. We have some pretty poor healers right now. Hey, buddy. I needed that too. Oh. Yep. It's all from Overwatch 1. You mean... his ult from Overwatch 1 was when he turns into the Gatling gun, isn't it?
Up and away.
Thanks.
I don't remember. He had a couple different iterations.
They took the robot. We need to attack.
No. Christ. Possibly cheating too, but I was just running away. I had no height. Oh yeah, yeah, and you could rocket jump too. There's a fucking soldier around here too, somewhere. Alright, just waiting for my E to come up. Yeah. I remember that now. Well, you guys ready to watch me die? Here we go. Here we go. Nope. I think that counts. Yeah. You have enough time? No. Possibly cheating. The Tracer's possibly cheating. Don't know, though. Yeah. That was the cheeky fucks, guys, in this game at this point. Like, we've gotten to the point where it always feels like people that are, like, acting like cheeky fucks are usually cheating. This game makes people so bitter and jaded, like, that's only something you can afford if basically your skill is guaranteed at, like, at all times. You're just guaranteed to have skill. So you don't need to worry about whether or not your shots are going to hit. It's kind of a sad place to be, but here we are, so...
So, how'd you pull all those heists? And?
Kirika's a bitch. It's actually, she's, like, perpetuated as, like, a good hero. She doesn't seem like a good hero at all, based on her voice lines. Like, it'd be different if she was, like, one of the evil heroes, but she's not supposed to be evil, right? Like, maybe if they perpetuate her as, like, Yakuza or something, right? Like, as the bad guys? With, like, some sort of chivalrous persona or something, but they didn't. She's just a do-gooder, and she just acts like a dick. Why? Because just call her a bitch all the time. Boop. Lucios are next to impossible, by the way, to boop. So. Pretty good if you get one. Right. Hey, look. Lucio came back. I don't know if that's a voice line or not. The racing sound, or if that's what happens when you go fast enough. Shots feel laggy.
Thanks for the assist.
Do it. Do it, Mercy. Do it. You get her? Ah! There's the Me Too Farah. Mercies, whenever you see someone die and there's a Mercy round, guys, they have a raging hard-on for res. So either you gotta push them away or kill them. Out of juice. Good. Fucking god. And she just hit my concussion missile. I don't know if that's intentional. The diva ate my concussion missile. And now we got a Widow. I don't know. I don't keep up with skins. They probably have a selection process of some kind.
Okay, my head's in the game.
We got some togglers, guys. Let's find out. I love togglers. Ooh. Oh! Six-dimensional fighter jet known as Mercy down! Didn't make it. I should have just went for it. I actually tried to save myself, and I literally should have just killed her. As I mentioned before, I just literally just suicide on Diva and kill her. Because killing a tank's a big deal. Especially when I'm playing Pharah. I didn't. God. You literally have to hit 2 direct hits in a row. exactly one after another to kill Farah now. Or we have to kill the Mercy. This might be where we have to go. Like, some of these flicks feel on, but they aren't connecting, so... Okay, Mercy. Great job, Mercy. No. Good.
I don't stay down. No one can hide from my sight.
Fuck off, Diva. Jesus fucking Christ. So we have 4 of them trying to kill me now? Good. Why? Now where the fuck is their Mercy? Now we gotta worry about the... There we go. There we go. That's what we needed. Holy shit. Once again, when Diva pops out a mech, guys, even if she's ulting, like if you are a DPS, killing a tank is a big deal. And I think dying as a DPS is a small price to pay for killing a tank. It's one of the biggest downsides of playing Diva is her mech bomb. It's like Farah almost, but for some strange reason people don't capitalize on it, like people don't try to kill her, which is weird. Because she is very vulnerable as a baby Diva. She just tries to rely on the fact that you're going to die to keep you from trying to kill her. Which is basically the same thing as Farah when you ult. So, good.
This is it. Let's show them how it's done.
Okay, bye. I don't know why she got off Farah. She's actually doing a good job. Here we are.
The objective is now built and powered and ready to fire.
First step would being able to cancel it. Like there's some small notable improvements you can make for quality of life, and just see how it works when you do it. Canceling your ult after you start firing would be a big start, because sometimes you just need to be able to kill one person and then get out of town. You can't do that, so. We had 2 healers behind us, by the way. Baptiste died. I don't know what Mercy was doing.
All systems nominal.
Aw. You have a Sombra.
Heat check confirmed.
And she can't teleport anymore. Good. Mercy just died. Neat. Ah, look! Railgun! Wow! Guy might be cheating.
I don't want to talk about it. Up and away.
Getting a lot of packet loss. Well, not packet loss, but unresponsive pings on my left screen for some reason. So I got hit by a railgun in here. Yep. And it wasn't her that killed me.
Let's show him some air power.
How OP she is in Council. I mentioned this before, guys. I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer that they should not balance games around the lower 50% of the player base ever. In any competitive game, you should not balance around the lower 50%. Because they barely know how to fucking play the game. And as such, they will not be a good indicator of like, making a balanced game. That's a stance that I started taking in Dead by Daylight, and I think it works well. Even though it sucks, and or you have to have segmented balancing, meaning certain MMRs will have different game balance, and then just make it really, really transparent. Pretty sure he's cheating. Railgun? Yeah, the Railgun hero. You know the Railgun guy? Yeah, Railgun guy. Everyone knows about Railgun guy. Let's balance everything except for the thing that needs to be balanced. It's like the Mercy Mans. They're like, no, don't touch Guardian Angel. Do anything else to our class. Just don't touch Guardian Angel because that actually is what keeps us alive and makes us invulnerable. Don't touch Guardian Angel. Please, it'll make the character unbalanced as shit. Don't touch Guardian Angel! Like, literally the thing that needed to be changed on Mercy was Guardian Angel because she's basically borderline invulnerable. Just hit all your shots, forehead, all the time. Forehead, every 1.5 seconds, forehead. And you're like, okay. How about you suck my dick?
So you're going with gold? Joining Overwatch?
Just the same thing. There's, like I mentioned when the patch notes came out for Sojourn, there's definitely someone on the dev team that is like really in Sojourn's corner that they don't like want her to actually be nerfed in a meaningful way. The thing that needed to be touched was her railgun. Especially, I think critical shot should still be gone, where she can't critical with rail anymore. I don't think that's the thing that she should be capable of doing.
Definitely no basketball here. Even the teenagers
She just be gone from the game.
in a pickup game.
Does a lot of damage even regardless.
5, 4, 3, good to see you. Hey. Attackers incoming.
Establishing an air enemy here. I see an enemy.
Are they all in here? Hey, buddy. Uh-huh.
Making another
Yeah.
approach.
Her new, her healing is definitely better than it was before.
Positioning
It's even
underway.
much more difficult to kill anything that's being healed by it, so.
En route.
Missed. Trying to get line of sight on me right now, which is why we just crept up the side. Which possibly means he's cheating. We'll see. Missed. There's a lot of characters with hit reg problems now, though, so. Oh, tank didn't decide to go in. There's a lot of... I don't know what happened in between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 back when I used to play, but people are really uninterested in dying now. It's one of the problems that showing people deaths has, is people won't try. When they really need to try. Like, what's the downside if everyone literally just suicided on the punches now? We don't get to hold them at their spawn, which is basically like an uphill battle. Like, this is unfeasible. This is not a... Unless the teams are really imbalanced, holding a position like this is not going to happen. I just hit F and it didn't point him out for some reason. For some reason, this game eats key presses too. I talked about that.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Genji's figuring out when Genjis are cheating is very difficult. Because it's so high APM technical hero. Oftentimes it's just abilities will snap the chest, for instance, when they use them, so it'll align them immediately.
Switchy dogfight. Just how I like it. Heightening your capabilities.
Biggest problem, just like with Tracer's cheating, one of the most annoying heroes in the game when people cheat on. One of the biggest problems. Hey, buddy. Now they have to reset. 94 when I died. I thought I was going to survive, too. But nope, he hit me again and I just died. Tank complaining? No. There's a copious amount of tanks that don't realize that they're tanks and that they're really important. Like, from a strategic standpoint, they don't understand how powerful a tank is. It's gonna come around a platform. There it is. So our team just completely split. Now we got people up in front that are... Oh. So we have two teammates that are up in front, nowhere near the rest of the team.
Shove them in a locker.
Either of them are flankers, one's the tank.
Repositioning.
Yep.
Up and away. Over there.
Here, let me eat this. Do you throw it?
Over here.
Hog's so unpredictable, yeah, because he's not a good tank. Because he's not good. Because he's doing stupid shit that at the expense of his teammates. Yeah. Can't predict stupid isn't just something clever to say. thought he died. He didn't die, apparently.
Up and away. Eyes here. Repulsion.
Oh no. Buddy.
Taking off. Was there any doubt? Appreciate it.
What a nice guy. Is that the... No. And...
I don't think so.
Gonna WT me? No.
Establishing aerial position.
I mean, she did survive. That was her intention, right? Have you like a TF2? I mean, TF2 is like, I'm not like a huge fanboy, but Valve has a lot of love projects. It's one of the problems with the game is that Valve only wants to do what Valve wants, and as such, they really don't produce fucking anything anymore. They haven't for years. Dota 2 doesn't count. They bought the developer. TF2 is a very well-designed game. The cinematics are still some of the best for introductory to characters out of any in gaming, I would say. You know, the meet the TF2, meet the pyro, meet the heavy sort of shit, right? The aesthetic was phenomenally done. It had its kind of own like way of doing things. He wants the Q, I can feel it. Oh no! Oh. No! I mean, it was pretty easy to see what I was going to do there. That's Bastion. Yeah, TF2 is a very well-made game. It's old at this point, and Valve doesn't update it really at all. And it's basically subsisted on community, basically made content for quite a while at this point. I haven't played in years, to be perfectly honest. Valve is like Google, where they just kind of abandon projects when they get tired of them. They just don't care anymore, and they just keep the lights on. Not too bad. Actually, it's pretty good. These two guys just kind of ran off behind the lines and did nothing for half the match, or a quarter of the match. Oh, people trying to be social when I'm unavailable. Overwatch, Bastion. Speaking of which, Recon. Bastion does 125 damage per second without reload taken into account. Soldier does like 186, so he does almost 60% of the damage of Soldier. The Soldier, Overwatch, Soldier, which is what I thought, regardless of gun shooting slower. Soldier does 162. Symmetra 162 then? 160? No, Symmetra I think is 180. Maybe I had that wrong. Or the information was outdated and updated. I don't know who maintains the Overwatch wiki. I'm pretty sure with the Dead by Daylight wiki it's maintained by the company. But you can't tell because it's not hosted on their website, and anyone can create a wiki, so. Aww. (2G2) because 2G1 got banned? Let's find out.
I'll stop them from pushing that barricade.
We got a pre-made cheat lobby, guys. We'll see. Failure. Yeah. This guy, while he was jumping.
Always more to learn.
Yep. Wait for charges. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. So the Widow's cheating. Genji might be cheating. Pretty sure this is a pre-made. Gotta love pub stomp groups, especially when they're mixed with cheat lobbies. Makes the fucking game phenomenal. A lot of headshot deaths in here if you guys aren't seeing that right now. I think those were all headshots, by the way. Good. Fuck out of here. Good. This, if you look in the top right, their Kiriko has gotten almost all kills with headshots, by the way.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
No one cheats at video games, especially fucking Overwatch. Okay, so this guy, this is definitely a pre-made lobby, by the way. This is definitely a complete pre-made. I'm pretty sure. The Kiriko was killing everyone with headshots. The Genji had perfectly led shurikens. The Widowmaker was spamming shots with her gun. And then their tank killed me almost exclusively with headshots. So very certain this is a format or a complete pre-made and possibly cheating at the same time. So let's first report this. Yeah, and pre-made pub stomp groups are not that uncommon in quick play. It's a bunch of people that think that they aren't cheating, so therefore they aren't gonna, like no one's gonna report them in quick play, right? No one's gonna report them quickly. No one takes quick play seriously, so it allows them to be more bland and do stupid shit like what you just saw. Shurikens? They aren't shurikens. Kunai. What would it be called? Better word for that. Okay, and the widow. Just this guy. Okay. Genji. Most of these, by the way, guys, because the game was so short, most of these you'd actually have to literally go and watch this. This is definitely complete pre-made, though. It also kind of looked like he was looking at us through walls, but once again, we didn't really have the major kill cam was the one on the window on the ledge there. Then... So... Get those guys. Complete steamroll. Okay, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Anyways, TF2 is definitely a really fucking good game for many different reasons. That sucks, you'll get those. There's a reason people are just cycling out there. People don't understand when people are cheating most of the time, but they just realize that they are not having fun and the game is not balanced, so they just leave. They don't understand that people are cheating. They don't think people are cheating more than likely. They just know they aren't having fun. Two things that really fuck up the matchmaker in this game, guys, are pre-mades and cheaters. And when you get both at the same time, you'll just end up with what you just saw right there. Huh. Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Ready. Where it looks like it feels an awful lot, guys. Like the longer I play, like my ability to play declines, which really makes me think that part of my problem I'm having is heat issues. Which is why I was taking off my side panel for a while. Then I repasted my GPU and I bought a little heatsink for my NVMe drive, which I showed you guys on stream. Sometimes if you tap spacebar when you push mouse 1, it just eats the missile launcher. For some strange reason.
Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. Move! Touch the sky. You weren't watching the skies. Dispersing.
Oh,
Get off
that's a
my
weird angle. Felt like it went through. Hmm.
Aerial positioning underway.
I hate to work on vacation.
Anna, what has been going on in Egypt? Sounds serious.
I don't know. I think she does plus 30% damage, and rockets do 120.
Always worry, but I trust you are doing what is right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Increasing attackers incoming. Enemy here.
Huh. What? That laser does so much fucking damage, guys. I believe it does 100% more damage to characters under 50%. Needs to be nerfed.
All systems nominal.
Absurd.
Positioning.
I don't think she can one hit. What would that be? $160?
Focusing fire. Making another approach.
I guess Widow is technically 175 now, so. Oh yeah? Why would you want to duplicate a shittier version yourself?
Finishing them off. The skies await.
Another server where I can't hit directs for the life of me, guys.
Taking to the air.
Or another game, excuse me, not even server. Oh. Possibly cheating. Let's take a look. Oh, she just saw me. But all of her shots. Oh, actually, some missed.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a
There.
locker. Taking damage.
Ah.
Up and away. Concussive out.
Boop. Ah. More. Fucking Christ. Like, she just dumps her cooldowns and people die. Like, how is that a thing? You're literally, you just dump your cooldowns and people die. Yeah. Like, and it's not just her goobers or something like that. Like, she doesn't need to hit you with her little bombs, and she doesn't need to hit you with her mouse one. She can do any of the above. As long as she drops you below 50%, she can kill you. Like, instantly kill you. Like, Bastion melt you. I actually think I gotta check. The big thing with, I think she's cheating, like accuracy-wise. She has no deviation on her laser in any way, shape, or form. I was actually kind of up in the air about the little globulars earlier, but like that beam is dead on everyone that shoots it. And not necessarily a good player, like she isn't good at flying and maneuvering or anything. She's literally just dumps her cooldowns and insta-kills people. Another character, like I mentioned, it's like Widowmakers that spam shots.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Pretty sure she's cheating. Like she's wall looking just now. Or certain she's cheating. Oh, that sucks. I can't fucking hit directs for the life of me anymore, guys. Yeah, she's definitely cheating. She's just looking at me through the fucking roof. Earlier, she was looking at the Moira through the wall when she's coming over the ledge. But yeah, it feels like Echo was put into the game because someone wanted a direct counter to Pharah. And she's just better Pharah. She's not a direct counter to Pharah. She's just better Pharah. Yeah, she's definitely cheating. Like you can see where it snapped from one player to another and just be perfectly led when it snaps to on top of it. Oh. Missed, guys. Oh my god.
Let's show him some air power.
Like, it definitely feels like there's significant aim lag. No, we aren't letting you live. And then he gets free health now. Basically, you get a reset on health. Like this ability to, even if you kill the player that they're as, they just go back to a full health Echo. Like it doesn't even fucking make sense. You can see her just looking at people through the wall just now too. Again, after she went up, like she locks on and stares at people through walls. Hey, she finally died. Okay. Echo's really good against Pharah regardless of who's playing her too, so. Okay, I thought he was gonna go to the cart. Nope, no, he wasn't. Yeah, so that echo's definitely cheating. As I mentioned before, projectile aimbots are more difficult to program. It's not that they can't program them, by the way, because they can. If they make bots in the game that play the character, you can make an aimbot for the character. So, a bot needs to have an aimbot to function, right? It's not a player. Kaylene's so good? Oh my god! Yeah, because she's cheating. Christ. Beginning of the match? That was about 2 minutes in. Actually, I think at the beginning of the match she's playing Echo, wasn't she? Genji, not Echo. More characters. Beam headshot. No, that'd be ridiculous. That'd be absolutely ridiculous if Echo's beam could headshot. I can check real quick. I want to take a look at Symmetra. Looks like the wiki's been changed. Nope, no, there it is. 180. So, Soldier does 162. Not 186. He does 162 per second. Bastion does like 120 and Symmetra does 180. So Symmetra on tier 3 does barely more damage than Soldier can do just at close range, basically is what it comes down to. Which is why Symmetra needs to be buffed. Let's see. Not that good. Beam hit scan. No, there's actually a classification in the game of beam, which is kind of like hit scan, but it's not completely hit scan. Hit scan is a way that the game will identify damage, which people oftentimes confuse with instant transmission of damage, right? Like there's no projectile travel time. Projectiles and hit scan are in of themselves two different types of damage identification methods, I guess you could say, in code. So when hit scan happens, it basically, as it implies, it will scan your screen and what it looks like, and will identify if it counts as a hit. You can have a hit scan that will function somewhat like a projectile, but still isn't necessarily a projectile. So it basically teleports damage to the player, not necessarily there is a game or physical element in the game that will put damage to them. And the beam in Overwatch is more like hit scan than it is like a projectile. So when a player is less than 50% HP, it does 175 damage per second to him. So basically insta-kills a player. That would be at 175, that's almost like 100 damage every half a second, right? So if you're below half health, which you have to be for it to do plus 50% damage in the first place, you're going to die in less than half of a second. Yeah, I don't know technically how the beam is classified. I'm pretty sure it's a lot like hit scan, but I don't know. Hit scan in and of itself is a way of dealing damage to characters, which is basically like just teleporting damage into people, if you can imagine it that way. Is if this player is in my crosshair when I click it, regardless of what the server conditions are, if it scans the screen and it sees that the bullet would hit with travel time, then it will count as a hit and just tell the server basically you hit the player. There's no, with the projectile, I tell the server to create a missile from my rocket launcher where at the point that I'm at and fire it off. It's basically like me being a caster and casting magic missile. It's basically a good way of wording that. I'm casting magic missiles is basically what projectiles are. So I have to cast the magic missile by pushing the button, and then it comes out of my rocket launcher. And sometimes there's things like warm-up time too, where after you click the button, there'll be a time before it actually fires a projectile too, regardless of network conditions. It's actually a really good way of thinking of a lot of like coding stuff as like a D&D term or something, and casting something. It's kind of funny too, like with that last game with the Echo, is definitely a pre-made, and you can tell those guys are like they're talking about how great they are. Like there's a lot of reasons to cheat. Like people just want to. Are they low on health? I think I just hit myself. I think Mercy was on damage boost, and she just damage boosted a missile to me because I don't remember what health I was at, and I definitely don't think I was low. No. There we go. I thought he was gonna go for medkit and he didn't. Why? But yeah, like in that last game, people have a lot of different reasons to cheat, guys. Sometimes it's just looking cool in front of your friends. People have all different sorts of fucking reasons to cheat. And there's a lot of people, I mean, you're just cheating online, right? With people, against people you don't know. Your friends probably don't care. Even if you get caught, your friends probably won't give a shit. Because you're not part of their friend circle, right? There's no downside. It doesn't track you. It doesn't trace, like, there's no identification that you're cheating, right? You just make a new account. Maybe you get hardware banned and you have to figure out how to get on hardware banned, which isn't that difficult. Oh! No, please. UIVM. Not doing too bad accuracy-wise. Ah. Hey guys, excuse me, pardon me. Did. It's actually surprising that there is actually a voice line for that. Yeah. And there's levers. Like in this game, for instance, my missiles look. I'm just like direct hitting the tank, like it's nobody's business. Feels completely different. Yep, she went over the wrong side. But yeah, I think the beams in the game, so Zarya's beam, Symmetra's beam, Echo's beam are basically like hit scan. I think they're just hit scan is just what it put them. But I don't know for sure. There's a lot of people talking about it, and I don't think there's a general consensus of what they are, and I don't think the developers have had a consensus. And killed both the healers. You don't park your battleships in a row, guys. That's a pretty good one, by the way.
I wreak chaos!
Dispersing.
Some pooping. Like, look at this. Look at my accuracy. Like my ping. If you look at the top, we're actually on a worse server. This is a Goof 4 server, so this is a DC server. My ping is actually worse. Yet my shots are more accurate. They feel like when I push the button, the time to fire, as I put it. So when I mouse 1 to when a shot comes out of my gun and starts traveling, it feels better. It feels more in line with what I'm doing. And it's not 10 ms. It's not a different 10 ms. It's like 100 when it happens. It has to be server issues or something. I don't fucking know, but there's no way of identifying it on your end. Because the ping looks fine. The net indicators look fine. If you open up your net graph with Control Shift N, I believe it is, it looks fine. Tick rate's fine. It's all fine. But obviously something's different. Which makes me think that it has to be my computer. Some of this has to be like it's just overheated or something, needs to cool down. I don't fucking know. Buddy. Thank you. Hey guys. So I don't know. Like I can mid-air fucking Genjis right now. Did I change anything? I just left the game. I joined a new game. I haven't even restarted my game. Like I said, it feels like my fucking computer is gaslighting me or something. It's like, tee-hee, you thought you're good at video games. I'll show you. I'll fucking show you. Tee-hee, tee-hee, you thought you're good at video games. You're not actually. You're dog water. Tee-hee, tee-hee, and then you get games like this, you know, where I do relatively well and you're just... I don't know, these guys are bad. Like, look how much I'm outperforming our own DPS. And their healers aren't super horrible either. I'd actually say their healers are on par with their healers. Bye-bye! We have about 10 seconds here. There we go. We stole her medkit. And their soldier looks pretty accurate too.
Always more to learn.
It has to be my fucking computer, guys. Something in my computer is just fucking broken. Well, I know my CPU's broken, but like it's stable, so. Stop it, please. What?
Returning to battle. Establishing aerial position.
There you go. Our Mercy is now a Moira.
Shake it off. Increasing altitude.
What? Those all just went to my brain, didn't they? What the fuck just happened? I was at like 180 health. The fuck was that? Oh my god.
Justice reigns from above.
Think about what you did. Think about what you did, Doomfist. Not exactly sure what just happened with that Genji. Like, he turned around and basically one-tapped me. He dashed through me. It looked like he meleeed me. But then at also the same time, I think he threw shurikens and like they all just went into my brain and I died. So I was very close to full health. Very weird. Which is usually where you start going, huh, maybe there's something that was a little bit automated there. But we'll see.
I don't stay down.
The objective is
I am on the objective. Report here now.
Now my shots feel kind of laggy again. Like, what the fuck is he even looking at on his screen? Huh.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
No. Shooting low enough where it feels like it should be going underneath him. No. That the Genji? Nope, that's the soldier. He peeked that looking right at me. We said it's a doorway, so he's gonna flashbang me. Yep. Baptiste is too busy trying to fucking kill people to heal. Good. That was originally the Mercy.
My ultimate is ready. Get in position.
Christ. Zen's not a main healer, even if he's occasionally healing me. Ow! No.
I require healing.
Does Baptiste just not want to heal me? Is this like Mercy like angry at me or something? The fuck's going on here?
I see an enemy. I need healing.
Huh? She cancel her ult? What the fuck was that? Deflect was down and I didn't know it.
The skies await.
Yeah. Or you got angry or something, I don't know. They're actually at a 99%.
Foolishness has consequences.
Oh! I knew I needed to get a med kit. I was like, I could sit here and wait for the point to be taken. Eh, we won. Jesus Christ, guys. Like my performance in game, putting aside my fleshy meatbagness, because everyone is fleshy meatbags, right? Except for the people that are using some healthful programs from the internets. It feels like my performance in game, my ability, when I push the button to when my missile comes out, is completely different sometimes. And that obviously completely throws off my muscle memory. My ability to land shots after just snapping it. Not. Career best final blows, guys. In quick play. We just got a career best on final blows. Which is direct shots. Look at that. Like I said, there's a difference. It's either a dynamic difficulty adjustment or something. I really just can't fucking wait to get my new computer, guys. I want to take my current computer and throw it in the trash at this point. It is so frustrating dealing with this if I'm not conveying that properly. Oh. Because there are glimpses. There are glimpses of greatness here, and then I do like a 20-25% accuracy game or something like that. And we get steamrolled by a cheat lobby. I know my CPU is defective, because it definitely is, because I have to have low line calibration, I have to boost the voltage, and turn off C states in order to make it stable, so. And I guess that could just be all my problems, but I won't know. I'm not going to buy a temporary CPU until the X3D launch in the 28th, which is 10 days from now. I might or might not be able to get one launch. They'll probably sell it immediately. I don't know.
I like being near the ocean. It reminds me of where I was born.
do you maintain your tranquility?
I still think that mouse tweak I did earlier in the week helped immensely, though.
I focus on my
Regardless of what's going on.
You don't breathe. Indeed.
Oh, oh, oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Yeah. Rewind the other way. Yeah. Need help too. Anna is very accurate. She might be cheating. Like in Dead by Daylight, there is a cheat program that will actually notify you when you're playing with other people that are cheating that are also using the program. It makes me feel sometimes when we see levers like that, like it just like a program tells them that they're playing against people that are cheating. Hey, buddy. I just leave. Because our team's not really doing that bad, all things considered. Like, we got pushed back, but that's not a big deal. God. That still does not properly... Bye, Mercy. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. No, she needs to die. Oh my god. It's like my first missile actually just went through her too. Based on the kill cam. Which is weird because missiles are projectiles, so. What is Zen doing? He's just like backing off on his alt form. He was ulting and he just ran away from the tank. Oh no.
The payload will not shake it off. We move it. En route. Over there.
No. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going right now. There's no one around to push except push the cart, so. Oh. Hi. Huh. And we just got 2 tap. That was the Tracer. Tapped, actually.
Always more to learn.
And he missed one. Yeah. She's fucking. She ran away so hard. That's not even funny. The fuck is that?
Let's show him some air power. En route. No one can save me. Why isn't the payload en route? Gotta go. Systems go. Increasing altitude.
The payload sets out on its course.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
I have no idea where the fuck she went.
On the move.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning.
We have 3 out of 5 now trying to kill us. Good.
Always more to learn. On the move.
Shot.
Real positioning underway. I knew I could count on you. Enemy over here.
She's a knower. That's the Anna, which I said was really accurate earlier. 4 out of 5 is trying to kill me. I guess we'll go around the side. Pretty sure she's cheating. As I mentioned before, she was very accurate at the beginning of the match. So the Anna, I'm pretty sure is cheating. The McCree might be cheating. He's cheating. Which was the pre-aim through the cart and the wall just now. Well, you couldn't actually see my model. So McCree toggled. Good. Might as well. No. She doesn't miss her sleep darts? Nope. She doesn't. Doesn't matter the angle. The only time I found out how to game the aimbots, by the way, with the sleep dart is you fly straight up. It also works in Hanzo's. Works in Hanzo's, by the way. Is where you jet straight up. It's not the way you should ever play the character when you're trying to avoid projectiles. It works on people that are cheating, though. Uh-huh. I think that went to my brain. I don't know what did damage to me there. Like, Lucio hit me with a boop. I think all of his projectiles went to my brain. Or we got hit by McCree, I'm not sure. So, the Anna's cheating, as well as the McCree is also cheating at the end there. So, we got both those. That's why they toggled on. Okay. See? Okay, and then the Anna as well. And definitely a pre-made. Switch to Lucio. Let's see. I don't understand how people were talking after the game was done. So we filled out a report here, right? This is where I submitted the report after the game was done. And then we have people continuing to talk after they left the lobby. You can't talk after you leave the lobby. Look at this. What is this? They are in my party. Right here. This all happened after the game was done and we're sitting in the main screen. How can you do this? How can you talk to people after the game's done? It boots you from the chat.
Strike from above.
What is that?
I don't work with criminals.
What's right isn't always what's legal.
Then you change the laws.
That sucks. We were doing pretty well too till they toggled, and that's kind of the way it goes. Anna was toggled since the beginning of the match, but then the McCree toggled as well, and then that was the end of the game, so. That'll happen. Unbelievable.
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
Oh, it's the same team. No, not all of them. Some are the same. You can literally just all fucking... like a little beacon. No, it's not. Is that the same Anna from last match? No, the Anna from last match is a different name. I think the only one here is... No, the Diamond... Excuse me, the two DPS are together. Oh! All I needed was one person to shoot at him. That wasn't me. Unfortunately, you got an Anna but I was committed at that point, so that's the way it went. Trying to get line of sight. Oh, okay. I could have booped him off, but I guess Mercy canceled.
I don't stay down.
Sleep Dart, Anna is very, very powerful healer. She's very skill-based, though, too, so it kind of offsets it. Her grenade, I think, needs to be nerfed more so than anything else. Like, that just felt like I just shot straight through the ball. While he's right in front of me. Both these guys are fucking on my dick. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Yeah, well that's the thing, is if you have a balanced team, like the kind of focus you guys see me taking is also because we're in quick play. When you play with a balanced team, assumingly, it'll be more difficult for players to pay attention to you. Because that means they have to stop paying attention to essentially everyone else, so. Fucking Christ. Both these guys are trying to, like, double team me at the same moment.
Returning to battle.
Huh. I have 7,000 damage. Yeah, so if you're getting focused, that means they aren't paying attention to the rest of the team, and they'll do things like overextend, and they can't do that when the teams are balanced, because then they immediately, like, they're gonna get focused by other people that aren't paying attention to you.
I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
Jesus Christ. Like 4 people microing me at the same exact moment. She can't. Why would you fucking cancel your fucking cloak? Why would you cancel your cloak? Why would you do that, you fucking moron? Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ.
Play of the game.
And there's 3 men that just left. Yeah, so that was a 3-man that was on our team. Try not shooting the ball when the fucking ball is in the middle of your team. Pushing everyone. Someone has to take care of the goddamn ball, you moron. It would be great if I didn't shoot the ball. It would be great. I don't want to shoot the ball. I didn't spend the entire match shooting the ball. Unbelievable. literally fucking carrying the team with 4 enemies all trying to kill me at the same time, and I get blamed. With the most damage on the team, I get blamed. I was at like fucking 3 times as much damage as second place at one point, and I get blamed. Hey, fuck. Guy that's bitching. Fake dragon guy. Furry. Like, they added stats. They added stats in Overwatch 2 so you can hit tab and look at stuff, right? And for some strange reason, the only stat that people seem to look at is deaths. I don't understand why. Just deaths, not damage, not limbs, just deaths, and not healing either. It's just deaths. That is the only stat people look at. Not what you do when you're alive. It's basically that you're dead, obviously. Because you give the enemies gold. And that's another Pharaoh. You give the enemies gold when you die.
You should really get that piece of cake.
Just like in MOBAs. You give them gold, takes forever to respawn. Yeah. Where's their Pharaoh? There she is. The guy from last match, wasn't it? But it... We gotta kill the Anna. Probably more so than the Pharaoh. Yeah, that was like a half a second ago, dude. I just shot through her. Good. Those fucking feel on. They aren't hitting for some reason. And Tank's dead. My missiles are laggy now for some reason. 24 MS server, guys. I feel delayed. And I don't know why. It feels like there's an extra 100 MS when I push the button to when my missile comes out. I want a fucking input analyzer, guys. I think it would tell me so fucking much. Because you can set it up so it only detects when the missile comes out, which would take into account things like latency and everything, all the other garbage. And that's not until May. Unbelievable. Sometimes my shift feels like it's delayed too, when I push my shift key, which is what allows me to go up in the air. Hosanna again. Hey, buddy. Hoping someone would sit on me. Sometimes you can get the tank to come over. I always hit the I need healing button when I go on the ground because sometimes you'll get teammates that will stand on you, which prevents you from getting headshot. So it's not just because I need healing and just being annoying, which I hope most healers understand that.
I will not waste this opportunity. Aerial superiority, main positioning.
You think you can heal them, Mercy? You think you can heal them? Mercy's only healed me. Yeah. I was doing it particularly there because I was like, hey, I have a chance to actually use my ult when the other fair is not around and possibly survive. And then it didn't happen. Uh-huh. You're telling this guy that can barely look around hits every single fucking shot? Yeah! Hey, buddy. Excuse me. She knows when I'm not looking at her. Watch, she'll turn around, she'll come up the door. No. Fuck out of here. No, my chance to kill the Pharah. And there's a fucking Genji on my dick. Bad timing, guys. Distraction, possibly. So, I'm very certain the Ana's cheating, by the way.
Always more to learn.
Hmm.
Thanks for the assist.
The whole peekaboo shit, guys, where you see like Ana's or any character, well, they'll just walk out the door the moment that you're. Fuck are my missiles going? The moment my back's turned, she walks out the door because she knows I'm not looking at her anymore. Shit like that is you'll see like with tracers that are being really fucking annoying because they have a wall hack. Hey, buddy. Every fucking ult, can you stop? So apparently he doesn't understand he's a tank. Yeah. Most important player on the team. Doesn't understand that he's the most important player on the team. Why'd you kill me? Tank! Don't kill tanks! Killing tanks is bad, guys! Don't kill the tank! Fucking Christ. Well. No. Does not miss, sleep darts? Like I said, it feels like maybe it's only Pharah, but like whenever I'm trying to like shoot at one of the characters, like it feels like there's delay between when I'm pushing the button and when my shot's coming out. Oh my god, game. When that happens, it's really fucking annoying. Definitely has an ult. And thank you, buddy. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Christ. Oh, that's all going on. Oh my god, she survived! No! I was waiting for the tank to walk into that too. I was pretty sure I could kill him. Look how delayed my Q is. Like when I push the button, she had time to walk underneath it and go around it. I have a 24 MS ping, guys. The fuck is this shit? Sometimes I feel like they're on again. Gonna try and res. Got.
60 seconds remaining. I am empowered. You should really get that piece of cake. Hello. I need healing. Hello. I copy.
Anna just came around the corner looking at my face. Anna's definitely cheating. Regardless of what else is happening in this match, Anna's definitely cheating. God. I also want a fucking new monitor regardless getting an input analyzer. We survived. Mad. This is actually one of our better games tonight. Yeah, I don't know who's mad in there. Last man on horses unkillable, bashing Melter, but no one talked about it. Yeah, tank busters. A lot of big streamers do not address tank busting for some strange reason. Pharah is kind of a tank buster, but not really, because you have to have your Q, and there's plenty of things that can happen between when you use your Q and then when they die. So, there's our Anna. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Sombra is also a tank buster, non-traditional tank buster, because he shut off a tank's abilities, they're basically dead. Regardless, it's basically like a necromancer, they're just fucked by debuffs. Reaper is a tank buster, Bastion's a tank buster, Symmetra's kind of a tank buster, her DPS isn't really that up there, but she can put on pressure, and she eats kills, even though she doesn't do that much damage. Pharah can tank bust if she gets her Q up and she goes for a kill on them. Like that guy last game was like, "Why'd you go after me? Don't kill me, I'm a tank." Like he literally said, "I'm a tank, don't kill me because I'm a tank." And I was like, "You don't know you're a tank." And he's like, "Don't kill me." You know, because it makes complete sense. Might be a cheap lobby. Find out. But yeah, it's a lot of people, a lot of streamers, the more you watch Twitch, the more you realize a lot of people just parrot. They look at whatever's trending. If you can imagine programming an algorithm, they look at whatever's trending and then they just parrot whatever's trending. Because it's easy and they're usually right, and even if they're wrong, everyone else is wrong too, so it doesn't matter. It's a good way of, well, not just the game, news outlets are like that too. It's a good way of, this guy might be cheating. It's a good way of, good strategy for just dealing with anything. That's also why people won't talk about usually new objects until a consensus has been, new topic matter, until a consensus has been reached. Because they don't know what to think until people tell them what to think. Same way the majority of streamers, like, prior to, like, Call of Duty, there's a lot of people that wouldn't even talk about cheating at all. And for the longest time, you still, in my opinion, is one of the worst things you can do on Twitch is talk about cheating. Because a lot of people seem to think no one cheats. For some reason. Fucking weird. It's like just when, there used to be a time when people didn't think people stream sniped either. Why would we stream snipe a streamer, you know? Good thing I just died. I was about to use my Q. So I'm pretty sure the May's cheating. I don't know about the... I don't know about anyone else. Sombra. May, I'm very certain it's cheating. Possibly. 70% on that. Next game. Good. Sombra knew that I had my ult up, by the way. Which is why she hacked me on the side of the wall. That was a pre-made. Very certain that was a complete pre-made. 4 or 5 man.
Just one more mission.
Good. But yeah, anyways, a lot of people, the more you watch Twitch, the more you realize a lot of people just parrot what other people say. And if there's not an opinion formed on it, a consensus reached, they won't talk about it. They'll either ignore the issue or vaguely address it until a consensus is reached, because they don't want to say the wrong thing, because a lot of this is publicity. Depends on what you say. So you don't say the wrong thing, because that makes you look really bad, right?
5, 4, 3.
So, if people don't address something or something's not talked about, it generally is not parroted around, and you won't hear from other streamers. It'll just be something kind of vague. Like, no one talks about tank busters for the most part. No one talks about the value of killing tanks for the most part. I started noticing, maybe, I don't remember which streamer did it, but maybe about a month ago. Started noticing people start... Nice guy. As a Sombra, I have no idea why you wouldn't hack that medkit, but... I totally just died behind the fucking wall. Oh, I can't point her out because she is cloaked, and the game doesn't allow you to point out people that are cloaked, even though with voice comms, I literally could have said where she was. On my screen, I was definitely behind the wall when I died. I really wish the game would show you people's pings, but then, oh my god, you'd be able to figure out if someone's abusing latency. Blizzard doesn't want you to see that people are abusing latency. No! You can make correlations for yourself. You wouldn't want that, right? Hey, it's heck no. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be able to form correlations between shitty netcode and people abusing netcode. No, sir. That would be ridiculous. Then you'd find a reason to hate the game. They don't want that. We're in a happy-go-lucky world, guys. Don't you worry. Everything is perfect. Everything is fine. Since you can't see the problem, it doesn't exist, like premates. Just like premates. We got no heals, guys. Yeah, he used to. He used to, and kind of tinfoil hat here, but the moment he stopped talking about people cheating was also about the time where he got exceptionally good at sniping, so. Just gonna throw that out there, but yeah. He's also one of the people that actually looks for tweaks, too, for the game. Like game tweaks. Believe it, fucking Anna. Anna, please. Okay. Definitely have multiple people following me around. Yeah, I stopped looking at, as you notice, I won't look at replays for the most part, because I don't care. It's not my job. I used to, back in the H1Z1 days, so we're talking like 8 years ago or something like that. I used to, we'd spend time, that's back when my stream was bigger too, we'd spend time going over the footage. We'd take time to analyze it on stream, not a replay obviously, but looking at the video footage. And you'd always get someone that says no. You'd always, it doesn't matter how many times, what it looks like, you'd always get someone that says no, they aren't cheating. Because it's subjective, and because honestly they can say that. Yeah, it's exactly like that. It's exactly like that. You'll never get everyone in chat to agree with them. And then people get heated, too, because the more you talk about it, the more people dig in their heels, no matter what. They won't reassess their opinion or something like that. Which just makes it even more ridiculous to talk about it. I'm just wham bam, thank you, man. I'm just done the moment I talk about it. I don't think we've gotten a single heal this game, by the way. I think I got healed off the Lucio out of the gates, and that was it. Unintentionally. Most limbs on the team, most damage on the team, and we've gotten 0 healing. I don't need a fucking heal bot, I need someone that'll shoot me with heals when I'm about to die. Yeah. And meanwhile, the enemy team, we have 3 people that are trying to kill me. We have the Sombra trying to kill me, we have the Monkey definitely trying to kill me. Christ. Yeah, I'd say Kefri's probably one of the more informed streamers, and also not afraid, used to be not afraid of being controversial. I don't think is a bad quality. There's a difference between someone like Tyler1 or Cow just XQC trying to make drama for the sake of making drama, and then just being controversial because you're saying something you think's actually right. I just shot through him. I see. Get in the wall.
Returning to battle.
I'm starting to think that these healers are intentionally not healing me because they fucking hate me. That's kind of weird. Too bad this game doesn't have an anonymous mode so you can avoid harassment. That'd be ridiculous and just make the game a better place. You wouldn't want that, right, Blizzard? No. Instead, let's add a stream snipe mode which just hides the letters on your stream because that's what really fucking matters. Instead of having an actual anonymous mode. Here, I'll just go back into spawn. Bye. Have fun, team. Here, I'll go heal myself. That's going on. Well, this is going on.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
60 seconds remaining.
I believe that was a Torbjorn.
Okay, my head's in the
Well, some people are just dicks. Like, they just disagree with you playing a certain character and they won't heal you because they disagree with you playing a certain character. Some people know who I am, not that I stream, but they know I'm just a Pharah main, basically, is what it comes down to. So they won't heal me because I'm playing Pharah. Once again, if it hid names, that wouldn't be a problem, right? It doesn't. Hey, this guy's not even fucking looking at me. Look at this. He doesn't give two shits. He just, maybe it's a pre-made and they're just prioritizing their friends. Oh. Hey, we got healed. Oh my god, guys, we're getting healed. That's weird. Here somewhere, I don't care. Bye. Oh.
I knew it.
Squish! Oh my god! I do so much better when I get healed, it's fucking weird. It's almost like supports are really fucking important, and if you don't get healed, you just fucking die. Wow. Look how much better we did when we got healed. That's amazing. That's amazing, guys. I don't think I got healed at all for the first point, at all. And it wasn't even until I think partway through the second point here, where we spent an exorbitant amount of time talking about me not getting healed on stream, at which I started getting healed. Fucking weird. We didn't even do, like, we didn't even do bad, despite the fact that, I wasn't getting heals. We, lost our damage medal to the tank, though. Oh, there aren't medals in the game. Was the cheat lobby? We didn't even do bad there. Look at that, guys. Like I said, sometimes it fucking feels like my missiles are spot on, and then other times, like including land, see? And other times it feels like I push the button, and there's 100 MS till it pops out. Additional 100 MS. And even if there's lag, right? Like let's imagine I'm playing at 140 MS. If that 140 MS is consistent, I can hit targets. It's when it goes like this. It like fucking oscillates. If you can imagine that. Imagine my input delay going like this. It's when it does that I can't hit targets, and that's what kills me. Not kills me. I mean, it partially contributes to me dying, but actually, I'm not killing people. Which also contributes. If you don't actually perform, people won't heal you. So. I love passive-aggressive behavior. Dealing with healers is fantastic. It's its own little game, guys.
But that's no reason to be careless.
I'm going to walk alone. But I suppose you will do.
These phenomena bear further investigation.
So I don't understand how they, like, Sigma is supposed to be not a scientist, but at the same time, he acts like a scientist all the time. Well, he's like a hobby astronomer? Like, what's... crazy mathematician or something? I got the Mercy trying to kill something instead of heal. It's kind of nice. Why does my fucking E not work anymore? I don't understand. I got hit by graviton bombs before I got hit by my Q, or my missile. No, he wants to do it. Plain chicken, guys. Fuck's the rest of their team? What's going on here? I don't know why I queued when he's deflecting. That's like literally the worst case scenario. For some reason I got into my head I could kill him right there, and then I could also do the Mercy at the same time. And for some reason I pulled the trigger on that. Exactly not what I should have done. Good. Why you... I guess he's infected with whatever I'm infected in. Okay. Oh, hey look, the payload's not actually to the point yet. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever the reason was, he popped his Q there was the same reason I popped my Q on the deflecting Genji. Like 30 health. Hey, buddy. Yeah.
Got one.
All right. Good?
Amplifying your power. I am empowered. Scatter.
A threat emerges.
En route. Taking off.
Really could have used the heal right there.
Making another approach. Repositioning. Increasing altitude.
Probably. No.
Heroes never die.
They wouldn't let you do that.
Watch out for this one.
I wish I had a new monitor, guys. 2 months, 3 months away still. 3 months away.
I don't think so. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
I fucking landed on a mine. I saw him too. I had to try and kill the Mercy. Tracer might be cheating.
Always more to learn. On the move.
No one can hide from my sight.
You really have stats.
I will not waste this opportunity. Splash. Skies awake. Repositioning. Enemy here. I am empowered. Watch out for this one. Blasted. Enemy here. Aerial positioning underway.
Hey, I got him. Oh, they're angry I killed their Mercy. God, Mercy. What? Okay. Yeah. Just like Mercies can't resist the heal, it's like a 2x multiplier when a Pharah dies for some reason. It doesn't matter who they are, unless they have a stick up their ass. They always try to res you. It's like built into their blood. And there goes their tank. Bye, Mr. Tank. Oh my god. Reason no one pays attention. No one pays attention. Someone almost killed me. The fuck was that missile on the right? Like, it wasn't even the direction I flicked. Gonna try and res. I know you want to res. Oh my god, they let her res! Whoa. Yep, that starts. Who's that? That is the Tracer. Oh, we get to see if the Tracer is cheating. I don't know why. Something just ate all my momentum. I guess the wall. Sometimes angles interact with you weirdly. No, I don't know what happened to my momentum. I didn't hit the wall. Well. Fucking McCree's right here. Fuck off, dude. Go, Piggy! Go! Okay. No. Pretty sure he's cheating. That's the Tracer. Good shit. There you go, Potato. Very unique name. I love when the enemy team's having projection, guys. When people project their emotions and they pretend that they weren't having a problem with you, when in fact that was the whole problem and why we're getting focused was particularly because they're having a problem with us. Yeah. And then they pretend they weren't having a problem with you. Like, I think at this point, guys, it's no longer just talking about people's, like, they're talking about their ass. I think it's actually that they legitimately think they weren't having an issue. And they don't realize that they actually were having an issue. Like, they've gotten to the point, like, their mind has gotten to the point where they have no idea what they're thinking anymore. It's just an attempt to, like, save face and ego. Tracer's definitely cheating, though. You know, it was about halfway through the match when I started pointing that out, even though her stats were horrible. It was right when, it was at the end of point 2. The end of point 2 is when she toggled on, and I pointed that out. About halfway through the match. Well, I mean, it's kind of, I think that's more of a personality thing. So, like, just because, like, you have a relationship, a correlation, right, it doesn't imply that that's actually caused by the relationship. Rather, the kind of person that has that personality where they would, like, fragile ego. Like, the fragile ego is definitely a trait of cheaters, where they can't handle losing to the point at which they will do anything. Win, and they'll actually, like they think so far in, like, they're so far up their own ass that they will actually think that, like, it's possibly actually their own skill, and they will do anything to win. And then when they do it, it's like a sore loser, but then it also turns into a sore winner, which you could, you know, is arguably applicable to me because obviously we got dicked on, therefore I'm just a sore loser, right? One of those things, which is generally the comeback whenever you report or talk about people cheating, is you're a sore loser for talking about it. It is definitely a hallmark of people that cheat. Is they have a easily bruised ego, and Salt. When people BM, it's oftentimes like because they have a fragile ego and they feel the need to, when they finally win, to just display how great they are and try to make the opponent feel as miserable as possible, right? Like, you never see me shit talking in this, right? Like, despite everything, and despite the only time I think I've ever shit talked in this game is when I see someone's like cheat malfunction and it becomes blatantly obvious that they're cheating, and I just want to slide it in there that I know that they're cheating, which of course is, oh, you're just really bad, haha, you're just a bad player, ha 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 ha. Was this one of the guys that was BMing at the end here? No, Beans. Frosty was on my team. That was the Kiriko, which never healed us, by the way. It was always the Mercy that healed us. Farrah sucks, no threat. That was our Kiriko, which never healed us, by the way. It was always the Mercy that healed us. We have stats built into the game, guys, and people still pretend they don't exist. Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, like, oh my god, you have 10 deaths. Yeah, and I also have the most limbs on the team and definitely the most damage on our team. With one of the healers that wasn't even healing me because they decided... And by the way, Mercy wasn't healing me all the time. She was healing me a decent amount, but she wasn't healing me all the time. This guy refused to heal me and then BM'd me at the end of the match. And like, holy fucking shit, dude. And this isn't... You can't see it. It'd actually be nice if you had a slider here where you could go through the match and watch the numbers change. Like, there's so many things you can do with stats that are really cool. Some of the best games as far as stats go are usually RTSs. Not like StarCraft. But if you've looked at, like, Dawn of War, so the Dawn of War series, Dawn of War 1, or particularly Rise of Legends, Rise of Nations, or Age of Empires have really good stat breakdowns. And also, conversely, something like Sins of the Solar Empire, which are all RTS games, have really good stat breakdowns where you can see the rise and fall over a timeline. That's really important for diagnosing your performance throughout the game. So if I had a slider here, you know, like you do a replay, if I had a slider here and I could go like this and you see the numbers go like this on the screen, imagine them all changing with a slider over the course of a timeline and then change the avatar picture. Very, very useful, right? Or you could just graph this too. You could graph the stats over time. Very useful. Very, very, very useful for parsing it. And instead we got stats that are broken half the time. Like, that don't stick after restarts. Like, did they just have like one developer working on this and he sucks or something? Like, what the fuck's going on here? A game where it did really well. And we didn't get healed for half this match, by the way. Like I said, I really wish this game had an anonymous mode. It really needs one. And I was like, oh my god, they're introducing streamer mode. And it turns out it sucks. It fucking sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah, I hope that's not outwardly apparent. Like, I get pissed off, and it's usually when people are, like, cheating, and it's like, you know, pretty fucking obvious. Cheaters piss me off, guys. They should piss anyone off that takes gaming seriously. If you're a competitive player, cheating should really piss you off. And if it doesn't, maybe you should really assess what you're doing with your, how much you actually enjoy playing competitive games. Because it basically means someone is untrue to what they're doing. Like, if in sports, there's kind of the argument that everyone's juicing, which is using steroids, therefore, you know, everyone should cheat sort of thing. But, yeah, it should just piss you off when people aren't actually being legit. Videos. I don't know. Ego improved, yeah, with the whole spiel. I don't know. I mean, Overwatch used to be a fantastic game. Kaplan left, and he took kind of the majority of, I'd say, the leadership with him was Kaplan. People might bitch and moan about where Kaplan took the game in terms of direction, but it was very focused. And that's something that's, in my opinion, you need in a game company. You can't just have 5 different lead developers all pulling the strings and trying to go in their own direction, yanking the game in whatever direction they want, because you just end up with a shit show. I don't know, like stats, like this broken, people can say what they want in that Reddit thread, but the fact that the history is still fucking borderline broken in a AAA game, guys, this shouldn't be a thing, right? It's just like, you have the stat guy working on this and he's barely getting shit done. It's like it resets every patch. It doesn't. It basically resets every reset of your game, which used to be what the wording was here. And you still can't scroll down here. Like, you lose your games. Even if you don't restart your game, it only holds like 8 games or 10 games in here or something. 10 games? Yeah, it holds like 10 games in the history. And that didn't even, prior to like the most recent patch, it didn't even have the stat board, which is really important. This is very important to see at the end of the game, because this doesn't tell you anything. You have to have context to how good you did in the match versus everyone else. Prig. I mean, a lot of, so like she fit with the kind of the meta was going on, which was a stun meta. People got stunned oftentimes, which people hate, but it's actually important for getting rid of people. Now you have to have a Mortal Strike, which is Biotic Grenade from Ana. Ana is even more important with how broken Mercy is and how broken healing is in the game. MMOs, especially World of Warcraft, if you've played a decent amount of World of Warcraft, MMOs have already went through this phase where you have healing so powerful, you basically need an ability, which became a kit on most of the characters in the game at one point. I think it was in Wrath of the Lich King, was when Mortal Strike meta was a thing, which Mortal Strike was a warrior ability, which pretty much every character in the game eventually got. It wasn't a warrior ability that made it so you took 50% healing. So it would cut out 50% of your healing, and it was needed in PvP because healing got so out of control that people couldn't actually deal with it. We have a Mortal Strike in this game. It's a biotic grenade, which Anna has that prevents all healing. Junker Queen also applies her the same ability, right? The anti-healing she applies with her Q. And I suspect we're going to start seeing this more and more on heroes because the healing is so out of control that you need a way of actually dealing with it. Mercy heal pocketing someone is very difficult to kill. You need, for me, killing someone that's getting pocketed, I oftentimes need 2 direct hits on Pharah, which, especially when they're flying, such as with another Pharah, is very difficult to do. It's just gotten to the point where it's absurd. And then you have something like on Kiriko, where she has her Sensu Bean, which needs to have the invulnerability taken away. But yeah, that shouldn't be something that's needed. It also shows how powerful an ability like that, when you stop all healing on someone, it basically guarantees they're going to die, right? That's why I'd say prior to Sensu Bean, and even with including Sensu Bean, the Biotic Grenade is probably one of the most powerful non-Q abilities in the game, in my opinion, because it does 4 different things, if you guys aren't aware. It damages, it heals, it increases the amount of healing a target takes, and it also increases the amount it prevents healing, which is basically the same thing as increasing the damage that a player takes. It does 4 things, all on one cooldown. I think it's like, 15 seconds or something like that, 12 seconds. And it lasts for 4, now nerfed to 3.5 seconds. It is hands down one of the most powerful basic abilities in the game, if not the most powerful basic ability in the game. Sensu Bean is also up there, which basically ruins a lot of ultimates, which is something you can generally only do with another ultimate. But, I don't know. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. We'll continue with our tweaking. We had some pretty good games here tonight, guys. Putting aside the cheating, some of my shots felt pretty fucking good. But then we'd also have cases where I was, like, running into, like, players that I couldn't fucking... Like, there's cases where my mid-air is my... Like I mentioned on stream, I was pushing the button. It's like 100 MS or 150 MS is just added to my shot. I don't understand it. And I think it's something to do with my CPU dying. It could be something else in my computer. I'm not sure. But... yeah, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed things, reach the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night in GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. And we didn't even do any tweaking tonight, so maybe... yeah, we'll see where things go with this, though. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday night and Sunday. Have a good day, guys.